Perreros, pantuflitas, muy feliz lunes. Espero que le estén pasando muy bien, que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, que hayan descansado, que se le hayan pasado como hayan gustado todos ustedes. Bienvenidos a esta edición del Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que ahorita con Alex y con Farhan vamos a estar viendo los precios de absolutamente todo lo que nos manden aquí en la Trading Academy. Pero antes de eso, como ustedes saben, siempre les tengo que contar una que otra pendejada de que me ha llamado la atención. Hay varias cosas muy divertidas. Güey, estamos en un momento económico demasiado divertido, muy bueno para poner atención en este momento. ¿Por qué? Uno, el título de este video es ¿Pueden bajar los intereses pero no imprimir más dinero? Sí, les voy a explicar exactamente cómo en un segundo, aunque ya lo platicamos con el video del oro, pero solamente quiero que quedemos claros, porque creo que toqué tantas cosas que no sé si si no expliqué bien perfectamente esto, ¿ok? Eso es uno. Lo primero que quiero hacer es enseñarles esto. Ok, una agencia de GMC está vendiendo Hummers nuevecitas con $40,000 de descuento, ¿no? Y les digo acá, las agencias de GMC están vendiendo Hummers eléctricas con más de $40,000 en descuento. Es un coche de $100,000. Esta es la inflación más rara que he visto. Y uno de los comentarios pone, ¿no? Y se los juro por mi vida, uno de los comentarios pone, para no ventilar, güey, no se trata de eso. Pone estanflación. Ya veo. Entonces, lo que les contaron a todos ustedes que esta inflación era caídas de precio, pero en la tele seguían diciendo que es inflación. Eso es esta inflación, me imagino. Esto es lo que estamos viendo en todos lados, por cierto, en Estados Unidos, aunque no lo crean. De nuevo, lo único que no está bajando de precio son las cosas súper esenciales y está hecho a propósito. Por ejemplo, los seguros médicos, seguros para casas, todo esto. ¿Por qué? Porque la gente puede dejar de comprar coches si todo está bajando, si todo está subiendo de precio, pero lo que la gente no puede dejar de comprar es lo que necesita para vivir. Entonces, esa es la idea es destruir al consumidor lo más posible. Recuerden, esto es lo que pasó en el 2008, es idéntico. Entonces, un poco de lo mismo. Y ahora, para todos los que se preguntan, güey, ¿qué es lo que está pasando en este momento del mercado? Güey, ahí les va. Aquí es donde yo pondría muchísima atención. Aquí es donde van a traer a todos los pacos en este momento y los van a entusiasmar y los van a agitar para que digan altos históricos. Son resultados del tercer cuarto. Empezamos a ver reportes de ingresos del tercer cuarto. Los reportes de ingreso del tercer cuarto son la última serie de reportes que van a salir alcistas. Y aquí, antes de que yo te diga qué es lo que creo que va a pasar, te pregunto a ti, ¿tú qué crees que va a pasar? En el último reporte donde todas las empresas van a ser alcistas. ¿Y por qué es el último? Porque es el último reporte que incluye avanzada de gasto, donde hicieron que todo el mundo fuera a gastar porque decían que todo iba a subir de precio. Este es el último reporte de eso. Entonces, ahorita, para empezar, las empresas mega gigantes, las de trillones de dólares, van a reportar la próxima semana, para que lo tengan en mente. No es hoy, no es esta semana son más pequeñas, pero es el calentón de lo que viene. Por eso empezaron los bancos con, güey, nos fue súper bien. Claro que te fue muy bien, güey. Cuando el precio del dinero está lo más caro posible en la historia, claro que te fue muy bien. Entonces, vamos a un tercer cuarto final donde tenemos todos los buenos resultados, como los de Tesla, como los de Lucid, como los de Rivian, como todos, los de Rolex, todo lo que quieras. Y ahora viene lo nuevo. El cuarto que va a ser el peor de toda la historia para muchísimas empresas, sobre todo como aquellas que venden coches, etcétera. Eso va a ser el peor cuarto de toda su historia. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que podría pasar acá? Si fuera a haber un tope, estaríamos cerca, porque normalmente te venden el tope con súper buenas noticias. Este rally no se va a detener, va a continuar a la alza y pues vean los resultados. El próximo trimestre va a ser todavía mejor, es lo que les van a contar. Y no sé cómo, pero convencen a todo el mundo que ese es el caso. Y el próximo trimestre, cuando no es bueno, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Hay una divergencia. Y esta divergencia, ¿quién se adelanta siempre al mercado? Los market makers, la gente que mueve el mercado son los que se adelantan a todos estos movimientos. Y entonces recuerda el cuento que te dice, ¿no? La bolsa empieza a bajar 6 meses antes de que lo que vaya a hacer la bajar toca. Entonces ahí es donde yo digo, pongamos atención ahí, que ya todo el mundo y tu Paco favorito está de, güey, Se viene la temporada alcista, brother. Todo va a ser súper bueno de ahora en adelante y me gusta ver esto. Ok, rápido, para poder cerrar esto. Pueden bajar los intereses, pero no imprimir más dinero, sí. Ahorita la trampa que está tirando la Fed, y esto va en paralelo con esto, ¿no? Tenemos que poner atención a ambas cosas, muy divertidas, por cierto. Solamente, de nuevo, no les estoy diciendo que esto es lo que va a pasar, les estoy diciendo esto lo que yo veo. Esta es mi tesis, esto es lo que yo estoy haciendo con mi dinero y es lo que les estoy contando. Simplemente puedes ver y decir, güey, eso no es lo que va a pasar. Bitcoin se va a 30 millones de dólares, el SP 500 se va a 14,000, todas estas cosas. Bien, perfecto. Nadie viene a intentarte convencer, solamente te pongo esto en el oído para que lo escuches y digas, güey, qué pendejo eres, como todo el mundo. Entonces, vamos para adelante. Pueden bajar los intereses, pero no imprimir dinero, sí, y es lo que el tío Jerome Powell está preparando en este momento. En este momento, la Reserva Federal le dijo a todo el mundo que iba a detener su QT, Quantitative Tightening. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que iban, básicamente, Quantitative Tightening es que la Reserva Federal tiene una balanza, ¿no? Y en esta balanza es todos los bonos que ellos compran de sí mismos, ¿no? Y más cosas. Para no hacerles el cuento largo, la Reserva Federal ha estado reduciendo el tamaño de esa balanza, ¿no? Y esa balanza la ha reducido por 2 trillones de dólares, más o menos, es lo que dice Jerome Powell cada que sale a hablar. Da igual, absolutamente igual. ¿Y por qué anuncian esto? Porque nos dieron las reglas del juego en el 2020, 2022 y nos hicieron pensar, y a todo el mundo ya los han hecho. El objetivo de todo esto es que cambien la manera en la que la gente piense para poderlos provocar a hacer algo, ¿ok? Eso es como juegan estos tíos. Entonces, en este momento lo que le están haciendo a todo el mundo es preparándolos y les están diciendo que viene más inflación, que el dólar se va a devaluar más. Estoy seguro que han visto noticias que dicen que el dólar va a bajar todavía 10% más de lo que está ya ahorita abajo, que los intereses van a subir. Cuando estamos viendo deflación ya en precios de todo, ¿no? O sea, deflación, ya no desinflación, ya están bajando por debajo de los precios que empezaron, como lo de la Homer, punto. No tienes que ser un crack para entender cómo funciona esto. ¿Ok? Y entonces, explícame, Alejandro, ¿cómo es que pueden bajar los intereses? Y esto, recuerden, en este momento lo que está pasando es un cambio gigantesco en el sistema financiero. Y esto me sorprende muchísimo. Esto me recuerda más a 1980 que cualquier otra cosa. En 1971, Estados Unidos, y esto fue el ron del oro, ¿ok? En esa época, Estados Unidos, ¿qué fue lo que hizo? Cambió cómo funcionaba el dinero. Y cambió cómo funcionaba el dinero porque tenían el dólar colateralizado con el oro. Estaban amarrados, el dólar y el oro. Y en 1980 convencieron a la gente o 71, 80, no me acuerdo exactamente cuál fue el tope de qué, lo que sea. En ese entonces convencieron a la gente, este fue el último bull run del oro, cuando después hizo esto por como 20 años y otra vez, ¿no? Hasta, ok, da igual. Lo que hicieron fue convencieron a la gente güey, Estados Unidos puede crecer tanto, pero no puede crecer porque está amarrado al oro. Entonces, como estamos amarrados al oro, no podemos expandir el dinero tan rápido como se está moviendo la economía. Por eso lo tenemos que hacer. Y en ese entonces todo el mundo dijo, qué gran idea. Entonces, separaron las monedas para que Estados Unidos pudiera imprimir la cantidad de dinero más grande del planeta. El crash del 2000 fue ocasionado por otro cambio en el sistema financiero, que también la gente se lo pasa por acá. Eso fue 20 años después. Ese cambio en el sistema financiero fue cuando Estados Unidos oficialmente dijo, a la verga con ser productores, vamos a mandar toda nuestra producción a China, a Canadá, a México y nos vamos a volver una sociedad financierizada. No sé cómo se dice eso, donde todo se vuelve una apuesta. Y es lo que nosotros hicimos. Apostamos a tecnología y a un sistema financiero y a que toda nuestra sociedad corriera a través de ese sistema financiero. Esto llegó a un choque en el 2008, ¿ok? Todo el mundo lo recuerda. Aunque el choque también empezó en el 2000 y luego al 2008. 2008 tenemos otro cambio gigantesco en el sistema financiero. En el 2008 lo que cambia aparece Bitcoin. Comenzamos años después, con el QE más grande de toda la historia. QE es Quantitative Easing, que es cuando imprimen un chingo de dinero y eso hace que las acciones suban y también donde están enfocando el dinero. Esto, cuando haces QE grande, lo que haces que el precio del oro se vuelva irrelevante. ¿Por qué? Porque desde el 2011 para abajo cayó el oro hasta el 2020, donde se recuperó una vez más y 2000 para adelante, para arriba. ¿Por qué hizo eso? Porque si puedes tener todo tu dinero en donde van a inflar, es donde quieres estar. Y no van a inflar el oro. Y eso es lo que les están diciendo a todos ustedes que sí van a hacer esta vez. Ahora, quiero que piensen en esto, solamente para cerrar esto. La razón, bueno, y tengo que contestar la puta primera pregunta. La razón por la que todo el mundo cree que el oro va a continuar subiendo es porque van a continuar la devaluación del dinero. La razón por la que están todos los países fuera de Estados Unidos comprando oro es porque no quieren la devaluación del dólar en Estados Unidos. Esto es la mentira más grande del planeta. ¿Ok? China devalúa su moneda más que cualquier otro país. ¿Me pueden decir entonces por qué vergas está comprando oro? Si a China le encanta la devaluación, ¿por qué China está comprando oro? Pues que ya no quiere apoyar a Estados Unidos, se va a ir a cero esa moneda. Ok, lo que está pasando en realidad es que en el 2008, también en 2009, cuando crearon Bitcoin de la nada, al mismo tiempo que ocurre esto y que ocurre el anuncio de los QE y todo este tipo de nuevo sistema financiero en esteroides, todo eso que ocurre al mismo tiempo, en ese entonces también le dijeron a todos estos países, güey, lo que Estados Unidos va a hacer es lo que Japón hizo, pero encontró una forma de poder que todo el mundo dentro de Estados Unidos, que Estados Unidos comprara su propia deuda para deberse a ellos mismos y que generara un beneficio para la gente que lo está comprando. Eso fue lo que ocurrió en el 2009, 2010, 2011, que ocasionó que empezaran a comprar más oro. Todo el mundo cree que es otra cosa, ¿no? Cuando Estados Unidos es la víctima de algo, tienes que entender que está lo más lejos de la realidad posible. Entonces, Estados Unidos no es la víctima de errores. Estados Unidos le dijo a todo el mundo, güey, voy a comprar todos mis dólares y me los voy a quedar. En el 2020, lo que nadie se acuerda es, 2019, tuvimos la crisis del dólar. Nadie lo sabe porque ustedes todavía no les habían metido en lo que la Reserva Federal hacía ni nada de esto. Pero en el 2019, literalmente, había una falta de dólares en todo el mundo brutal. Y adivinen qué fue lo que pasó en el 2020. Una gran lluvia de dólares gracias a la pandemia. No tenía nada que ver una con otra. Fue una coincidencia gigantesca. Entonces, ¿por qué en el 2020 no aprovecharon para hacer lo que van a hacer ahorita? Porque no estaban listos, no tenían todas las herramientas listas, ¿ok? Entonces, para regresar, ¿pueden imprimir dinero bajando tipos? ¿Pueden no imprimir dinero mientras bajan los intereses? Sí, y es lo que está a punto de ocurrir. Lo que está ocurriendo es la balanza de la Reserva Federal está a punto de volverse la balanza privada. Y esta balanza de la Reserva Federal que van a esconder en las balanzas de los bancos más grandes de Estados Unidos y en las balanzas de las fintechs más grandes como Google, Meta, Amazon, etcétera, la van a poner acá. Estos güeyes, ahora lo que ellos van a poder hacer es imprimir dinero. Las empresas fintech y todos los bancos van a poder imprimir aún más dinero que antes, ¿ok? Vamos a entrar en una época de QE gigantesco. De aquí a cuando empiece eso, el oro va a continuar subiendo y cuando empiece el oro se va a tomar una megaputiza para abajo. Por eso te están vendiendo ahorita que el oro, que hay líneas de oro para comprar el tope y deberías de invertir en Bitcoin en este momento. Es la narrativa más grande que existe en este momento. Una vez más, nada es coincidencia, te lo están empujando enfrente de ti. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que pasa en esta situación? Lo que pasa en esta situación, para no hacerles el cuento largo, es sencillo. Lo que ocurre es, Estados Unidos va a hacer que todas estas empresas donde van a cargar la balanza de la Reserva Federal ahora, que la gente sigue creyendo que la Reserva Federal va a continuar funcionando exactamente tal cual, esto se acaba de romper, pero nadie lo habla. No sé si me imagino que los noticieros y todos ellos tienen una agenda, pero los pacos, pues, les están diciendo qué decir y es lo único que pueden ver. Pero esto es sencillo de entender con el Genius Act, que fue lo de las monedas estables, es lo que hicieron. Entonces, ahora nuestras empresas grandísimas van a tener la habilidad de imprimir dinero y de agarrar la balanza del Fed. Antes, la Reserva Federal, y lo que decidimos hacer fue copiarle a Japón. Japón decidió, güey, voy a comprar yo toda mi deuda, voy a imprimir más dinero para comprar esta deuda, pero lo hace desde el Banco Central. Es lo que Estados Unidos hizo desde el 2011 hasta acá, fuerte. Y ahora ya no tiene que hacer esto. Ahora tiene esta recompensa con estas empresas que compran, que crean monedas estables y compran bonos del tesoro, y los bonos del tesoro son comprados con el dinero de la gente y con eso ellos reciben un interés. Entonces ellos están ganando, ¿ok? Al rotar tu balanza de la Fed a estos güeyes, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? Estos güeyes tienen que comprar una cantidad absurda de deuda. Absurda. absurda de deuda americana, ¿ok? Y lo que van a hacer ahora y lo que estás viendo son dos efectos. Uno, al tener que comprar toda esta deuda americana todos al mismo tiempo, lo que están haciendo es efectivamente que bajen los intereses, porque si hay más demanda, los intereses bajan. Y aquí es donde la gente dirá, pero si hay intereses bajos, van a imprimir más dinero porque todo el mundo puede sacar un préstamo. El pedo es, todos estos bancos y empresas gigantes que tienen todo este dinero en este momento, no van a querer gastar un centavo en nada más que comprar bonos. Entonces tienen que ahorrar todo su dinero para comprar bonos. Y cuando yo voy al banco y les digo, oye, dame un préstamo, el banco va a decir, le voy a dar un préstamo a este pendejo que no sabe nunca de lo que está hablando y dice puras pendejadas. En vez de yo comprar bonos y ganar, en vez de darle el préstamo a este güey a 3%, yo gano 5%. No, yo creo que me voy a comprar bonos. Van a reducir la cantidad de préstamos durísimo. Esto ocurrió en el 2008 bajo otra excusa. Y cuando reduces la cantidad de préstamos, reduces la cantidad de dinero creada, en lo que los intereses bajan. Las únicas personas que pueden pedir préstamos a este punto son la gente más calificada del planeta, porque el banco literalmente está buscando cualquier excusa para decirte, no te voy a dar un préstamo porque yo, sin decirte, porque yo necesito comprar toda esta deuda para yo hacer un chingo de dinero. Esto soluciona el problema de la deuda de Estados Unidos que todavía nadie comprende. Ahora ya me están tirando flores los que vieron al ruso que dijo, las monedas estables sí las van a usar para desaparecer la deuda. Ya lo confirmó un güey en ruso que no entiendes. Perfecto. Eso está pasando de verdad. Entonces, efectivamente, lo que están haciendo es hacerlos pensar que la Reserva Federal acabó su quantitative tightening, pero no, el quantitative tightening va a continuar porque todas estas empresas van a empezar a cargarse de estos bonos del tesoro. Por eso, cuando la Fed llegue y diga, aquí empieza el quantitative tightening, aquí es donde esas empresas empiezan a comprarlo y por lo que estamos viendo el rendimiento de los bonos bajar y lo hemos estado viendo bajar. Esto crea un dólar fuerte, un rebote en el dólar y eventualmente tienes un flip, pero todavía faltan 2 años para que se dé un flip esto y la verga. Entonces, por ahora continúas esta tendencia para que lo entiendan sencillamente. Puedes efectivamente bajar tipos y reducir la cantidad de dinero flotante. Y estamos otra vez, Estados Unidos haciendo lo mismo para ellos quedarse con todos sus dólares. Esto no es un accidente, esto no es Estados Unidos destruyendo su moneda por nada y queriendo que sea Bitcoin. Entonces, solamente piensen en eso, en el paralelo de dónde estamos con la Reserva Federal, en el paralelo con el tercer cuarto. Y pues hagan lo que tengan que hacer, mis estimados. Sin más ni más, los voy a traer a todos ustedes. Los invito a que caigan, por supuesto, a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Hemos simplificado las cosas un poco, simplemente para evitar las estafas por un rato y ver cómo nos va. Quitamos todos los chats, porque, güey, está cabrón que la gente, a estas personas que los estafa, les mandan mensajes por privado y les dicen que somos nosotros. Yo he visto los mensajes que les mandan, ¿no? Diciendo que es el tío Saló y me maman. El mensaje es, hola, oye, quería ver cómo vas con tus operaciones. Yo no hablo así, pendejos. No me están escuchando hablar. ¿Qué creen que voy a mandar un correo y voy a sonar como un verdadero pendejo como cualquier otra persona? Hablo tal cual en un correo, ¿ok? Eso es lo primero que tienen que entender. Entonces, estas personas les mandan mensajes a todos y ustedes les mandan dinero. Creo que les ofrecen, güey, te voy a hacer copy trading y no sé qué, y les mandan ustedes todo ese dinero. No, 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 no. Entonces, lo que hicimos fue cerrarlo por tantito para no tener esos pedos, pero aunque no lo crean, todo está más sencillo ahora. Tenemos ETA Alert Channel aquí para toda la gente que está suscrito a las alertas. Les estamos mandando, porque todo el mundo dice, güey, mándanos un push notification. Aquí lo tienen. Cuando ponemos una alerta nueva, se las estamos mandando a todos ustedes, los que están en el Discord, aunque no la puedan ver, y la gente que tiene las alertas ya la puede ver. Tienen los análisis de Alex por acá, tienen los análisis de Farhan también, tienen el triste análisis de su tío Salo también por acá. Tienes los how-tos, nuestros videos de cómo usar Bitunix, cómo usar Bluffing. Tienes nuestros enlaces oficiales solamente acá. Y básicamente también tienes Criptolingo por cualquier abreviación que no entiendas, etcétera. Y pues aquí estamos, simplemente para evitar cualquiera de estos problemas. Por ahora es como vamos a operar para no meterlos en pedos, ¿no? Para que estos pinches estafadores de mierda se desaparezcan y veamos qué podemos hacer, porque claramente a Google, Discord, a estos güeyes no les interesa arreglarlo. Para todos ustedes que son unos degenerados y quieren aprender cómo usar, quieren tradear en exchanges de futuros, tenemos los tutos. Abajo en el video tienen la descripción para poder entrar a esto. Le picas cómo tradear en Bitunix. Este es el video que más me gusta ahorita. La razón por qué es bastante sencilla. Son 11 minutos, te explico cómo usar el exchange por completo, cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo fondearla, cómo usar tu dinero adentro y cómo mandarlo a futuros, etcétera. Cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un short, cómo poner un take profit, cómo poner un stop loss, etcétera. Y te puedes apalancar en Bitunics hasta 125x. Pero también tenemos el de bluffing, que te enseña lo de bluffing. Todos los exchanges de futuros funcionan igual. Se los quiero decir. También sabes cómo leer una alerta de trading para la gente que no sepa de las alertas. Aquí está en tutos. Tienes también el de bluffing y todos tienen sus enlaces, ¿no? Directitos para que puedas participar en todas las dinámicas de la comunidad de Elite Trading Academy por acá. Video de 5 minutos para cómo tradear en bluffing. Todo aquí lo tenemos. Bluffing te deja apalancarte hasta 150x en criptos y también tenemos el deal con BTCC, donde los dejan también usar acciones tokenizadas para cualquier cosa. Y pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Si son unos degenerados y quieren caerle por acá y saben lo que están haciendo, hasta 150x, 125x en Bitunics. Pero si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, por el amor de Dios, ve nuestro curso. Está literalmente en nuestra página en casa. Es esta madre, cuesta $29.99. Es un video de 1 hora 40 minutos. Y con eso te damos todas las bases para que puedas entender todos los lives. Te explicamos desde qué programas usar, cómo usar TradingView, cómo abrir tu cuenta y todo eso, hasta qué es un EMA, qué es una tendencia, qué es un alto más alto, qué es un bajo más bajo, cómo funciona una vela, todas las cosas fáciles, ¿no? Es básicamente de cero a trader. Si no sabes nada de trading y quieres solamente aprender lo que estamos hablando, para que hables nuestro lenguaje, aquí lo tienes. Les prometo que con $29.99 no me voy a hacer rico dividiéndolo con Alex y con Farhan. Se los juro por mi vida, por si andan de, güey, este güey se quiere hacer rico vendiendo cursos. Si vendo 1,000, son $29,000 entre tres, sí, güey. Les mando un abrazo a todos y vamos a empezar este casino el tío Salo. Por supuesto, vamos a ver qué es lo que nos dice el dios del Bitcoin. Vámonos con estos.
Buenos dias, muchachos.
Good morning, boys. How are you?
Yo.
Doing well. I'm actually in China. Well, some will tell you it's not China, but China will tell you it's China.
Chinatown.
China. This is part of the confusion, right? But yes, it is China.
Chinatown.
And also Taiwan, son. Also Taiwan, no matter what they say. That's China too.
Shenzhen is really close by, but unfortunately, Mexicans need visa to get inside.
That's right. They still don't trust that you're not going to steal their ways. And by the way, all Chinese people need to do to understand that Mexicans will never steal their ways, just go to Mexico and understand how lazy we are. Just really go there and figure out, like, we don't even show up on Mondays to work. We don't do anything. Like China, don't worry about Mexicans going there and getting a visa. Don't be a dick. That's all I'm saying.
Not going to be illegal immigrants everywhere.
Yeah.
The funniest thing happened yesterday on the elevator, where we were on the elevator and this white woman comes in and she pushes the wrong button and she's like, "Lo siento." And then we're like, "Oh, you speak Spanish?" And she goes, "Oh, poquito." And then I respond, she's like, "I'm from San Diego." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Houston, Texas." And you can tell that she felt so bad about speaking Spanish. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
It's that white guilt that they have.
Yeah,
He won't let him live. He just won't let him live.
I love pushing back on that stuff where I'm like, "I'm from Houston, Texas."
Fucking amazing. What do you got for us, Alex?
Yeah, so we had some interesting price development over the weekend. You know, last stream on Friday, we were talking about potentially a mean reversion bounce. Now, in the midst of the weekend, we were gauging some weakness around the 109.3s. And before 109, the daily SMA 200. You had two spots where you need to watch very carefully because we know if you start breaking above that 109.3, we'll give reason to maybe that $112,000 retest. Now, for me on Friday, we saw that daily silver cross actually cross. And so that was kind of guiding my bias to maybe testing the daily 9. And also, really, you haven't tested it since you got the breakdown in the beginning of October. Yeah, you had this move here, but if you really look at the chart, you didn't actually test the daily 9. You've just simply been super weak, actually rejecting the 5. We just see here very clearly. So yeah, you've now, broken up. And now today is a very interesting day for me because really you haven't broke much past that EMA 9 on the daily, which again is the first point for the silver cross to the downside. Whenever you get the 9 crossing the 21 and then the 21 crosses under the 55, this gold moving average here, that's a silver cross. And so that doesn't, it's not just solely something you trade off of, but that can help you at least have some kind of bias in here that can tell you, Shorts are getting quite aggressive. You've already made that lower low. So coming in for a mean reversion bounce and potentially getting a lower high would absolutely make sense. Mind you, this daily isn't a downtrend. We identified 116 being the next major lower high, and you confirmed it with the lower low break. So now anywhere into this region, and we did talk on Friday, a bounce could literally come all the way up even to the 114 region, as long as you're staying specifically under 116,000 flat. This is going to be just potentially a lower high in the making. And that's very important to understand, because where it looks like you're potentially getting a nice spring off the daily SMA 200, crypto Twitter says we're so back. I'm actually just looking at this as potentially, a retest of $112,000 resistance. Already proved you it was resistance. And that was just based on October 16th price action. But then also, when you're seeing here, you're not really getting daily closures yet back above this range, specifically back above 109,300. That's a big spot for me. If you start getting dailies back above there, okay, cool. Consolidation, chop around that region could then lead to an argument where we're going to go and test that 114. But until then, I mean, we still have 10 hours to go. You had a nice move up over the weekend. You already have crypto Twitter pretty horny and bricked up on this move. And while you're seeing, you're not that far away from the daily 9. So I have to interpret this as, well, we need to wait and watch, because really this is still in bear territory. If bears wanted, they could just full on reject this into today, deviating the SMA 200, then giving us potentially a whole other short in itself. All while, right, if bulls get the 109,300 reclaim, consolidation, and maybe pop back above 112,000, that's where we can range trade this and target potentially 114. So if you're not positioned to wait and watch, approach is smart. The Academy is still positioned just based on the daily trend. We did talk about, if you do reach that $112,000 region, that is an add zone to the short that was taken here at the last major lower high. The nice part about this is, since we know this is the last major lower high, we now can just simply have our risk fully set here, because we know if daily starts breaking back above specifically 116, daily trend shift has occurred to the upside. You're now back within this massive range where you can actually test $121,000. Totally not crazy to say. If specifically you look at the daily here, support, massive drop down. Why I don't think that's going to happen is just simply based on how sold off this chart is, and the fact that daily trend is still to the downside. So we just have to be very, cautious here, specifically on little moves up. As we've seen last time when we were so back, that didn't really play out nicely for bulls. And so what helped us was really understanding daily trend. Now, why would bulls want consolidation above 109.3? Well, you see daily volatility is at extreme levels. You had 2 reads, and now you're starting to contract. What you don't want is a scenario where it would mean bears are in control, which potentially we already know this, which is volatility contracting while you're moving down from here. Lower high made, volatility contracts. Maybe you form this range here. You get a BBWP set up, and this is before you get the big breakdown past 100K. All while, what bulls want now is just consolidation, volatility resets, and that'll give them more legs to potentially get a busting action move to 114 and maybe that $121,000 region. 116, I meant. I said 114. People look here and they just think this is crazy, but this range has really been working out. 109,300 is the extremity low. You break that, you often bigly dump. The issue is really in this range, you've simply just broken down, reclaimed, and then moved up. What has helped us is not trading solely off a mean line, but using the EMA 100 to really gauge if we're potentially becoming stronger in the bull case scenario. Here as well, you got that 109.3, reclaim, consolidation, move up, EMA 100 reclaim. That was our signal to potentially start scaling longs. You needed more confirmation. You just waited for the daily trend shift here. Boom, higher low, move up. So yeah, you've broken down, but you again haven't deviated this. It has not reclaimed. No deviation here. That was a bad line. No deviation. That's why today's going to be actually quite interesting, because if this did reject, this would just leave a pretty nasty wick and just solidify potentially a lower high. But again, if bulls actually hold this into today, the momentum that they had all weekend, and get a really good closure above $112,000, to me, that'll be a good sign to test the EMA 100. There, as I showed, that you need to watch to see if you reclaim that or not. The last 2 times reclaiming that and holding that led to upside continuation. But until then, I'm not really seeing an argument to be bullish here, actually. Unless you were bullish here. This was actually a pretty easy trade. I didn't see it. We were gauging potentially an SMA 200 short. We talked about that setup early on to last week, which was aggressive, but still a setup nevertheless. Using this wick high here as kind of your stop, specifically at 109.5. So it took it out, and then you had a nice daily closure back above the SMA 200. That was your first sign saying, yeah, you're most likely going to test the EMA 9 now. Just based on the daily, reclaiming the SMA 200 is a big level. That just ultimately puts that in a lower time frame bullish scenario. So you've reached the target here. You've reached it. And even Bitcoin was so gracious to let bulls get a really easy retest into it. A reclaim, retest, stop here. That trade, again, very easy. Gave them a 3% move pretty comfortably. Let's see how much we've moved up so far. Okay, so we moved up about 7.7%. Let's see how much we moved up the last time. Yeah, about 10, like a little over 10%. Interesting. So, that 10% move, just like last time, would be closer into that 114 region. So actually testing closer to the daily EMA 100. That's why today's daily closure is going to be important, because simply you don't need to be predictive here. If you reclaim the daily 9, you're going to get a target to the 21 that is sitting on the EMA 100. But that still has not confirmed. There's really nothing telling you that's going to hit. And you even so haven't hit the $112,000 resistance yet. You're kind of front running it. Check this here. So the 4 hours in a buy trigger. So we'd expect lower time frames to be bullish. But even here, I mean, you're still at resistance, and it's telling you should have a throwback. 109.3 is a spot if you're going to be bullish. So that tells you that, yeah, probably not smart to scale longs here. Wait for this setup. Target the EMA 100. We've talked about the 4-hour EMA 100. That's often an easy lower time frame gauge to really tell you if, well, you're very bearish or not, or bullish. I like using the 4-hour EMA 100. Bitcoin likes to really respect it if you are about to bust up. Just closures above it often are lower time frame trending moves up. Stayed below, got a reclaim, couldn't even retest it. But having the idea that this zone was an opportunity zone would have been, wise. And same with the downside. Let me clean my chart up a bit. Don't know what I just deleted there. There we go. Right. Let's see, it's not the best example. Here's a better example. Right. 4-hour EMA 100. Okay, cool. You reclaimed it. So we need 2 to 3 closures. 1, 2. On the third, you dumped. And then just simply shorting this would have just been easy money. All on that green line, shorts. So really, this perspective is, yeah, you're almost to that, which again is just a good reminder on why you probably shouldn't be scaling longs here, actually. If anything, try to play the extremity at 112,000. Use lower time frames to see if you're going to move up to maybe that 113 4-hour EMA 100. And then at that point, you're just going to use the silver cross again and use the daily 21. That's the second spot on a silver cross you would use. So, I mean, even the 4 hours pretty much lined up, telling you that, yeah, that 112, 113 region is still pretty strong resistance. Visually, you can just see here, I don't know what I just did there. Let's make this a little bigger. All right, let's focus on this earthy line. Visually, you can just see the spot we're at. You can just see bulls like to expand from here. You can have breakdowns from here. So when you're, getting an underside retest of this region, this isn't the spot to just become super bullish. Rather, you should have been paying attention. Those that were, really, I wasn't, got an easy trade into yesterday. I think Lauren took that trade, actually. Cheeky. I like the 5-day. So 5 days interesting because last 5-day closure, you actually lost all major moving averages, putting this in a sell trigger. But we know you do often retests. So again, you're now going a little past the 34, but you do see the 21s at 112,800. So it's like kind of lining up with the daily and 4-hour idea. You could potentially go a little higher. But, a lot of things are saying most likely that 116 is not going to get hit. Or at least the first tap, in my opinion. You have so much resistance here. And I do like the 21 because on the 5-day, you were seeing the 21 hold pretty nicely. And we actually keep looking. It was holding the extremity lows in this bull market, which we're still in, technically. That could shift by November, though, I will say. So you've lost it. You were holding above it. Is this really bullish? No, not really. And you even see here 5-day BBWPs creeping up. So this is in a very interesting spot. Very interesting spot indeed. Oh, look at that. 5-day is in a breakdown. Look at that. So it shifted up. Ooh. So it is in a breakdown, actually. I see why bears were trying to make the argument here. Could add to 34, 38.2%. Let's see where the 5 is on here. Oh, look at that. So even the 5 is lined up with the 21 at like 112,500, like 112,800. Again, better off just using the daily, right? 112,800 to 113. Assuming this doesn't just break down. If you just simply reject the meme line at 112,000 flat and also really not reclaim the daily 9, will be a really big sign to me that this is just very weak. If you just do this, it's more weaker than I thought, honestly. And I'm expecting 69,000 by like November. So that would be interesting. And you do have to start really, expecting a major move here soon. That's just based on volatility here. I'm on the 10-day, but wow, look at that. Even the 10-day has a setup, just plays in what I'm saying. The 10-day is actually in the most extreme lowest read ever recorded on Bitcoin's chart. Let's see. Yeah. Because here you had 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. And what is this? 6, 3, 6. Yeah. What was the reaction here? What year? Oh, okay, so this was the bull market. This was the only ever time Bitcoin had. This was the last major extreme lowest read ever on the 10-day. So let's see the reaction. I was going to talk about the 5-day, but I'll just talk about that later. This is interesting. And so you can see once you just start to expand here, it was just simply up only. Really, it was up only up until you hit that $72,000 region. 121%, which is actually this is a good point because you didn't even reach the extremes. You fizzled off around 66% volatility, and it can hit extremes. And this gave you 121%. This is lower, so it's interesting. So it's why I have to be potentially next month into December, looking at major moves down here on Bitcoin. Going back to the 5-day though, this is already telling you, even on the HPDR, that if this is going to be really bearish, potentially this 5-day is going to turn nasty, at least staying below the 109,300 region. And that's just based on volatility creeping up while you're breaking down. Not confirmed though, but the HPDR is telling you this isn't a 5-day breakdown. Assuming you just stay under that 38.2%, I think that's important because let's just see how long we've stayed in the 38.2% range. Okay, so you broke back into it in May and you just stayed essentially in it. Yeah, even here, held the bottom. So from May up until now, June, July, August, up to 5 months. My American math. 5 months, and then here you get a breakout from it. Once you broke out, let's see here. So we'll take it from the top side, 38.2%. This breakout gave you a 6% move. Cool, and then you had a retest. Take it just from this wick high. 6%. So it went up around 12% in total from that 38.2%. 5, 10, 15 in like 20 days. And then we'll look at the downside. So we'll do it from the bottom side, 38.2%. It was a 5% move, leading to a, take it from here, 20%. So, I mean, even from that bottom side, 38.2%, if you move down, let's just 8%, that's 101. I'm curious to see what it would be to the EMA 100. It's about a 16%. Mind you, last time it broke down, you went down 20% from the bottom side, 38.2%. On, 3 sessions of 0% volatility. So you do have to look for a bigger move, is my point. You just have to look for a lot bigger move. If this truly does break to the downside, it's going to be a very violent, aggressive move down. You're already seeing little, characteristics of that, like in the beginning of October, when apparently it was so terrible we had to just bottom because of how terrible this dump was. Really, this wasn't even that bad. It was just what Bitcoin does. It just does that. It can make multi-$1,000 moves way quicker down than up. And we all know this. This is why shorting is fun, because it can really just be fast. Not fast like fast results, but when you do get that volatility with trend meeting key levels, anything can happen really. And this is why it's always good to be cautious when everyone's bullish, because Bitcoin always ends up reminding everyone that it's very volatile. I mean, this was insane. I'm cheating. Let me go to on 1 hour, 8%. It's like a life-changing money trade just in 1 hour. So going back to today, we have 2 points. We need to watch $112,000. It's a big spot in the daily 9, because I think the daily 9 and getting back above $112,000 will have implications for the daily EM at 100. But we will not disregard that spot. That was the last major spot that we rejected. That was easy money shorting, because we all shorted this. It was very easy. And so if we do end up coming up a little higher, taking out today's high, I would be gauging maybe that 113 retest. But I would need to see that just simply go up, retest, and then leave a nasty wick. That's simply it. You don't want to see daily closures above $112,000, because then that starts opening back this range, which is really annoying, not fun. We actually want to just a range breakdown, and then confirmation of that will simply be getting back under the SMA 200. Bulls will simply be using October 19th wick low as the low, and they're going to be adding if you go to the SMA 200, because this proved to them that this was support. For me, I'd like to see more price action around here. But if you end up just breaking out, becoming bullish, we'll know that if you start reclaiming the EMA 100. Even if you're under the last major lower high, reclaiming the EMA 100 has often been a really good sign for bulls, specifically getting back above this range and then reclaiming the EMA 100. Has that occurred yet? No, it has not occurred. Have you even retested $112,000? No. And so that's why it's way better for you to just be looking for weakness here and potentially a short. If you're already short, you should have already added around this region. And that's just plain daily trend in the daily silver cross. Now, I'm curious to see real fast what CME looks like. Oh, wow. And you all see it here. Didn't change this chart. This is why I wish I would have just stood on business on Friday, because I was really looking for a move to $112,000. You know, the idioms of the weekend, the weekend tail got me. And so I was really looking at the SMA 200 as an actionable setup on spot. But, you know, again, my gut was telling me we were going to go to 112. Saturday, Sunday did scale some shorts, got stopped. But even here, nothing's really changed, even in the midst of that. You know, understood it was aggressive shorting the SMA 200. But now here on CME, we did get that retest. You did bounce off the SMA 200. And our idea here was that you're simply going to just play between the moving averages. So you got that mean reversion bounce we talked about on Thursday. Pretty nice move. But this chart's pretty nice because you really cannot become bullish until we're back above that daily 9 at minimum, because getting back above the daily 9 would mean you've reclaimed the meme line, you're back above the EMA 100, which has been holding major support. But now, honestly, you see even here, daily volatilities just at extremes again. This is not what you want to see if you're moving up, right? You want to see this contracting. This is still moving up. It's 90%, and you're at a major spot of resistance. %78.6% held. You have the 61.8 right at that daily 9. That's all I really see there. Let's check the 12-hour. See if we reclaim the 12-hour 9. I believe you did. Cool. So bulls are happy here. But you need this to hold. So this just plays into why today you need to really hold this momentum. If you don't, you're just going to end up not holding the retest on spot, rolling over once you lose 1093. 1093 is already major for me. That's why it's a red line. It'll just get more confluent to that with the 12-hour 9 right there. So if I wasn't positioned, I would be looking at this region as a short zone, 112. If I wanted to, I would just, really be using potentially this high. If I'm just going to bet on 112,000 rejection, understand if you take this out, cool, sit on my hands, wait for that 113, 114, and then I'll just play the last major daily lower high. It's a little closer. That's really what I would do. If you wanted a more conservative trade, just wait until the 12-hour allows it. 12-hour EMA 9 above gives you a long, under it gives you a short. It can't be that simple. No, it is. It's really that simple. So we know 1093 is important. Just wait for what you're expecting is the breakdown. Deviation, bearish retest, lower low. You can position here and ignore all the noise here if you want. So you have options as, if you're bearish. If you're bullish, where are you trying to long? Well, you just need this 12-hour 9 to hold. You haven't even gotten the throwback yet since it, got this nice green dildo. Didn't get back above the 21. So that tells you that, yeah, most likely you're going to test this 9. This should be a bullish retest. So like this, boom, higher low, get the higher high break. But what do you mean? I thought the daily was in a downtrend. Yeah, the lower time frames can be in an uptrend, while the daily and higher time frames can be in a downtrend. That plays into potentially a bull trap scenario. So that's my analysis on Bitcoin's spot, CME. Really got to watch this region carefully. And let's see what Tether Dominance has to say now. Okay, so we're not getting the consolidation scenario potentially. You didn't get a breakdown yet because you haven't gotten the daily closure under 5%. It's very well could just spring off the 9, move up, close above 5%, and then you get the consolidation all while volatility starts contracting. We'll delete this though. This is a big spot because really we'd like to see the 5% region hold. And that's why today is going to be important because, well, it seems to me like you've already hit the daily 9. This could just be in the midst of trying to put bullish structure. And so really to confirm that, just get back above 5%. You still have 9 hours though. That's a long time in crypto land. And how far are you from that 5%? Like 1.8%. Okay, so that would mean, yeah, Bitcoin would need to like reject that 112. But, right, if you have a silver cross on Bitcoin, most likely have one on Tether. You do. You've just retested it. So there's your confluence in that. Let's go to the weekly. And I should have looked at Bitcoin's weekly as well. We'll go back to that. But weekly is interesting because let's replay this. Oh, you can't replay on Tether dominance. I forgot. How funny. But it's interesting because you're potentially going to confirm weekly volatility expansion. This is important because we were talking about the 6-day, right? The 6-day is really bricked up. You did get the move up, but you're just still within this range. In 1 day, 10 hours, we need to see if this 6-day EMA 100 is going to get reclaimed or not. This could be the start of, a new trade, a new setup, a new green dildo potentially, because you're technically setup would be all the way to the SMA 200 at 5.93%. Now we won't disregard the levels here at all, but rather I'll be using these as key zones. So if you break, this 6-day wick high, next 6-day candle, okay, that'll make a good argument to go up to 5.6%. Break this, you're going to break out and then hit the SMA 200. Now this candle, yes, it's not looking the best. But with what I know on Tether dominance, and I know that the daily's at a big spot, I know Bitcoin's at a very key resistance level, and I know the 6-day is still in favor of bulls. I'm not going to front run this being a topping candle on the 6-day because that often can get you hurt. There's no reason to front run this if you have 1 day, 10 hours. If this is going to be a top candle, this should just flip red. You should start losing the 4.79% and start moving down to the 6-day 9. But if it doesn't, this simply could bounce off the daily 9, start filling out this, candle. Getting back above 5% would really actually look pretty solid to me. Got back above the EMA 100 on the 6-day, held 5%, a key level here. And then really just makes the argument for that busting action, price action for November, end of October, November. While volatility on the 6 days already confirmed expansion, and the weekly into next week potentially might. All while Bitcoin's weekly is technically in a massive sell. You're in just a massive breakdown potentially. Yeah, you're getting a move up, but all this move up has just taken you to the EMA 21. This is actually very clean and something that I was trying to talk about on the 5-day, but this weekly actually is a lot better. Just look at how well the lows were held on the 21. Look at this. Like you're getting big moves off the 21 with barely any moves down from it. 9% and then here. And again, just blindly longing the 21. You got a 15% move. Remember, we're so back. October, not Rectober. So what have we done? Well, you've just, got a weekly close, got the open, rallied right up to the 21. This doesn't really look too bullish to me. It looks like you're trying to SR flip what was massive support into resistance, brewing potentially an EMA 34 retest, which ideally should hold. If it doesn't, yeah, you're going to start really brewing an $84,000 Bitcoin. All while volatility is, on Tether dominance, potentially breaking out, not confirmed until this new weekly closure next week. You're breaking above the moving average here. I like this weekly perspective. Just ties it up nicely, honestly. And even CME didn't really get the retest of you lost the weekly 9. You haven't retested it. That's just a whole setup in itself. So this is why I keep bringing home Bitcoin on why you really shouldn't be longing here. I don't see an argument. You're better off waiting, letting the trade come to you, than trying to just like be a contrarian, trying to catch that big long. Everything's saying rather you should just be looking for the big short around here, or just waiting, because there's going to be easy setups in the next week, this week, but you need just more data. So does the daily 9 hold? Does Bitcoin reject the silver cross? Does 112,000 hold, or do we reject? It's all big questions. So if you didn't long this and you're scaling longs here, not really seeing the argument. Because really, I'm expecting maybe a little move up to here, and then you just move down. And it's the same thing we were saying when we formed the lower high, which really no one was talking about this potentially being a lower high. Lower highs often mean lower lows. This is a good argument on why we did not think this wick low is going to hold. So that we can just keep using that this entire move down. As long as you consistently make lower highs, you are not allowed to be aggressively bullish while the daily has freshly trend shifted down. So watch really weekly on Tether dominance. This is new information, and if this does start confirming a volatility setup while getting back above 5%, this really could just be the start of something major. But we would just, want to wait for the confirmation. 6-day has already confirmed it, which we talked about potentially being a domino effect here. The weekly still is at the lowest read ever, and the monthly is now potentially into November brewing a volatility setup. You've only ever had one on Tether dominance. And that was, again, the 2023 bull market. It's funny because when we came into this region, we did talk about, what really bulls are going to try to do is just put in a triple bottom here and move up. Now, that didn't really look the best, so we'll do it again. It's like a W formation, and you move up off of here. And that is really what they're running with. It's kind of funny. Because honestly, at the time when he came, I wasn't expecting this region to hold. Maybe we went to here and it held. But now you just like wick down to like that 4%. And then that was it. I remember that time. What a time. So the monthly is, bullish still. And even if with a wick high rejection, in quotation marks rejection, you're still potentially just about to shift the monthly and reclaim the 9. If you do that, November maybe gives you a downside on Bitcoin, retest the monthly 9, and then boom. So you'll always have a trade. There's no FOMO. It's just, you understand that a lot of things are shifting on Bitcoin very slowly and becoming more bullish on Tether dominance, which is bearish on Bitcoin. Now, lastly, we'll go to Bitcoin dominance here. We'll look. I'll just keep to the weekly and monthly on here. And we need to see really two things. Either 59.7% hold on the monthly, giving you bias to maybe test the monthly 9 again, or potentially just a monthly EMA 9 reclaim. It's hard now for me to be bearish on Bitcoin dominance when I have a bearish bias on Bitcoin. Because I do think alts are going to suffer if Bitcoin does start going down. I think we're getting volatility. Oh yeah, we're moving up. So maybe you will test 112. I'd watch that closely. Go back here. Go to the weekly. But like the weekly still held the 9. And so again, good argument on why the monthly will be pretty telling. You do see here holding the 9 will give you a target to the 21. That number is 60.23%. Let's see where the monthly 9 is. 60.39%. So really eyes on the weekly. This weekly 9 holds should push up to the zone, which should ideally secure a good weekly close. Good monthly close for Bitcoin dominance here. Because again, that's really what you're watching. You're just simply waiting 11 days to go. Do we hold 59.7% and do we reclaim the monthly 9? no need to just stare at this chart. Let's just use the setup, which is the weekly 9 holds, should take you up to there. You either reject and roll over before the monthly, or you just kind of move up and then hold it. And then you close the monthly, and then into November, you move up to 62.43%. So that's all I really have. Really, in summary, you're watching $112,000 on Bitcoin. It's still a major spot. Nothing's really changed. You need to see if you're going to get consistent daily closures above the SMA 200. If you do, that's a good sign. We'll always keep it a buck. It's a good sign. But if you don't hold that and you can't close dailies above the SMA 200, which again got reclaim, you've expanded, but now you've rallied right up to resistance. All eyes on this daily candle. Bears are going to try to turn this into a nasty rejection today. All while bears are just simply going to try to get back above 112,000, slowly creep up to 114s, get back above the EMA 100. That'll be their sign to aggressively long and potentially target 121,000. That's what they want. Until then, bears are just simply going to play what they know. You're right at resistance. We're simple men. Resistance means short, and daily trend down means you have a logical place to put your stop loss. Any shorts here, you just simply can play the daily downtrend. 116 is the spot you do not want to see get taken out if you are bearish. So really, if that reasoning, low leverage shorts really around here would make sense. You add here and you just have a stop here. That then gives you, you're then playing all key levels to the downside while having risk totally in check. So that way, then you don't get smoked. Only way you potentially could front run and close all shorts is if you get back above that EMA 100 on 2 to 3 candle closures. Then it might be worth just closing the shorts, taking some money home, and waiting. So yeah, nice. Very good. Your glasses look good, Farn. I think you're muted too.
I'm muted. I did not realize I was muted. There you go. And I'm going to start with the daily on Bitcoin. So if you do notice, momentum is starting to flip back to the upside. Volatility is currently contracting, so you're likely going to find a lower high. And if you see momentum is now starting to flip to the, the jewel is now starting to lose the sell signal and flip over into a neutral. And this is happening within the bearish control zone. But in the background, you do have a more bearish signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. So as this setup stands right now with momentum to the upside, volatility contracting, and the pink below the yellow with the neutral signal, what's more likely is you're going to get a buy signal that comes up to somewhere around this pink or this yellow. And then from here, likely flips back to the downside, whether we're bullish or bearish. I think this is likely going to happen. And if we're bullish, it's going to flip back around at the edge of the bullish control zone and then curve back into the bearish control zone. If we're going to be bearish, it's going to make its way back into the bearish control zone and come into the critical zone. If you look at the HPDR, we are getting back over the 61.8%, getting back over the 9 EMA. Getting a daily close over that 9 EMA would give you probabilities of coming to retest the silver cross. And if you see where the silver cross lines up with, the 21 lines up perfectly with this 38.2%, right at around $113,000. I am currently long from around 106,000, and my TP completely out is going to be right around 130. Well, it's exactly at 113,400, and that's going to be slightly below this 55 EMA. I'm trying to front run this 55. I don't want to get one of those moves where you wake up right below it. I get a front run by like $50 and then turns that multi-$1,000 profit into a stop loss. No, thank you. That's one of the worst feelings ever. And if you and another thing that lines up with that silver cross is the daily 100 EMA. This 100 is going to be resistance as long as you're trading below it, and it's going to be resistance until proven otherwise. It would be very wise to get out of all long exposure on the first tap around this zone here, because we're likely going to reject it. Even if we're going to bust on twos and new all-time highs, I do think this is going to reject the first time around. And then if you make a higher low, then you can go ahead and get back into your longs, and you can target somewhere around 115. And the reason why I say 115 is because our major lower high right now is 115,865. And as long as we are closing below this area, any move into this area should be looked at as a short opportunity, but this has your stop loss. And if you're not already long, probably not a good place to get long right now. That was right over here back in 105s, 106s. Right now, if you're not positioned, you should be looking to cash somewhere around here for the short instead of trying to take a couple of points to the upside when the risk is now against you. If you were to look at on the 12-hour, I think there's bullish. Pretty sure there's bullish divergence. Yes, there is indeed. So we are making lower lows on price, whereas momentum is making an ever so slightly higher low, giving you a 12-hour hidden bullish, regular bullish divergence, which was confirmed all the way back over here whenever you close this candle. That gives you an easy target of hitting the 21, which you've already hit, and your next target on that bullish divergence is going to be the 55. And the 55 right now is at 113,600. Also lines up with that $113,000 zone. It would line up with the bottom 38.2% retest and the silver cross retest on the daily. And you would be getting somewhere around the 88.3% on the 12-hour HPDR, giving you high probabilities that you're not going to continue from this area. Probabilities would be on your side at that point, also with a daily silver cross of a short in this zone with this as your stop loss. And your first TP would be somewhere around this bottom 38.2%. I'd front run it a little bit, put it around $108,000 for the meme line, and that would be your TP1, and your TP2 would be 104,000, and then 3 would be about 97,000. This would be the probabilistic trade. If you want to use more conservative targets, you can use your TP1 as this 21 EMA. Because if you're going to be very bullish, what's likely going to happen is you're going to reject around here, come back down to this 21, consolidate a higher low somewhere in this zone, and then bust on through the 115s. Depends on how aggressive you want to be. And volatility is now supporting momentum to the upside on the 12-hour. Getting a little high, but it can stay in this zone for a good amount of time, as we see right here whenever we went to the all-time highs in the beginning of this month. Right now, the jewel is giving you a buy signal. It's getting doing it out of the bearish control zone. The last time we had a buy signal out of the bearish control zone, we went to a new all-time high, but there is some slight differences between now and then, as daily is now in a downtrend, and it wasn't in that point. And we go to 4-hour. 4-hour is now consolidating right at this 55 EMA, where momentum is still pointing to the upside. It's getting close to flipping down, but it's still pointed up, and volatility is still in the expansion phase. And the 4-hour now has given you a bullish cross, the pink above the yellow in the bearish control zone, but you've already tapped your 55 EMA. You're at the 78.6%. The easy part of this move has been played out. But assuming as long as you keep continuing to consolidate above this 55 EMA, your next target would be somewhere between the 100 and the 200, which puts you between 112,500 and 414,800. Perfect zone for that 113 area. Go down. 2-hour also freshly pointed to the upside, started flipping down a little bit in this zone, then started flipping back up. You have a fresh silver cross on the 2-hour. And you've almost tested your 9 EMA, but you haven't quite. So if you do see another move to the downside, I'd be looking somewhere between this 100 and this 9, around like 110,300. And as long as you're holding over that, I'm still targeting that $113,000 zone. Hourly is currently flipped to the downside, getting close to flipping back up right at the edge of the bearish control zone. And what I like to see is that 38.2% has finally caught up with price, and now we are bouncing off this bottom 38.2% and its 9 EMA. As long as we continue to close over the 38.2%, likely going to get another test of it at around 110,800, and probabilities are that this is going to spring you up to this top 38.2%, which right now is sitting at about 111,600. But at that point, I do think we're going to get that breakout and go somewhere around the 88.3% to the 95%. And that puts you around 113,300 to 114,400. I do think somewhere around this $113,000 area is where we're going to find our first short-term local top. Go down a little bit. This time we're going to do the 15-minute. We're not going to go any lower than that. 15 minutes also had 38.2% caught up with price action, with momentum pointing to the upside. Volatility is in a expansion phase, and you have a fresh buy signal on the jewel. Right now, we want to see this 38.2% on the top side hold, which is at around 111,000 flat. And as long as that does hold, we should get our next expansion to somewhere around 111.6 to 112,000. We'll go up. 2 days, close to flipping back up, right at the edge of the critical zone, getting extremely low on momentum here. This is a very obvious spot that you will at least get a mean reversion bounce, considering how extreme you got on momentum. The HPDR tapped at 97.5%, very, very extreme areas. Very high probability that you will get a bounce in that zone, and you are getting that bounce now, and that bounce is about, let's see how much so far, about almost 10% to the upside now, about 7.88%. The areas of resistance on the 2-day is going to be between your to 21 EMA and this top 38.2%, but I don't think it's going to get anywhere near this top 38.2% because this is going to be taking out your last major lower high. Even if we are going to bust a new all-time highs, I do think we're going to reject somewhere around that 113, 114 zone, make a higher low, and then make an attempt for it. I don't think it's going to just smash straight through. especially since we have today's 20th, tomorrow's the 21st. We have a bare moon tomorrow. Tomorrow is the new moon. So you usually get like the bare moons shouldn't be considered like dump moons. They should be considered local tops. And local tops usually pump into a local top. That's why it's called a local top. And it makes sense that you're getting moved to the upside currently, right into that bare moon, right into our bearish retest zones and major areas of resistance. Makes you think. And if you were to just switch the HPDR off and put the moons, it kind of speaks for itself how effective it is. We have local top moon right here, dump. Local top moon right here, dump. We ended up going to new all-time highs, but the moon was still respected. Dump, dump, kind of dump. Came down to test the 21. Dump. 100% accuracy so far. Tested the 9 EMA. Let's see how much of a percentage-wise this was from the moon. That's like a 4.62%. Not the worst, but still, at the very least, you got some chop and a little bit of a move to the downside. Here, dump. Here, dump. Here, kind of dump. But yeah, that basically speaks for itself. That the moons usually get respected, even if we're going to go to new all-time highs. At the least, you get a little bit of a move to the downside while that plays out. But now we have a daily downtrend while we're going into a bare moon. So probably you'd want to limit your long exposure and cut whenever you get to your nearest areas of resistance. 5-day. 5-day also is getting a move to the upside, close to flipping back out of the bearish control zone with volatility still in expansion phase. You still are in a neutral signal. It is starting to slightly lose the curvature to the downside, not really much at all, and this is likely going to stay as a neutral. The point where this is going to start to flip into a buy signal is if you can get a close over this daily 5-day 21 EMA at around 112,700. Very unlikely that happens. Even if you get a spike up to this 38.2% at around 114,000, probably going to end up closing below this 21, coming back down to retest this 61.8% at like 109, 108,000. And if we're going to be bullish, make a higher low somewhere in this zone between 109 and 108, and then continue upwards to test this 38.2%. And if we're going to be bullish, at that point, we're going to end up getting the massive green dildo. Very unlikely that we're going to get an expansion into new all-time highs with the bare moon coming. And I know that sounds silly to say that we're probably not going to go to new all-time highs right away because of the moon, but hey, the results speak for themselves. They have like a 70% hit rate, and 70% is better than like 95% of discretionary traders. Weekly is starting to flip to the downside, getting ever so slightly below that moving average. Hasn't closed, but it will confirm in about 6 days and 10 hours. And volatility is now in an expansion phase, and the weekly jewel is curving to the downside. Likely, this is going to flip into a sell signal on the next open, assuming we don't close above this 38.2%. Close above this 38.2%, then it's likely possible that this stays as a neutral, but we'll have to see on the close. What will confirm that this will stay as a neutral, maybe even flip into a sell signal, is if you close below this 38.2%. Then that'll be a perfect bearish retest, and likely going to dump to this 55 afterwards, which is around like $98,000 currently. And let's see, there's some divergence. There's currently some bullish divergence forming. Actually, 108.2. 105. Oh no, so it's ever so slightly higher low. So there is no bullish divergence. You'd have to make a lower low to have bullish divergence. So not even a possibility of bullish divergence yet on the 5-day. But if you do close over this 38.2%, that will give you probabilities of going to the median, which is going to move. But right now it's sitting at around 119. I'd like to see it move to somewhere around 114 to 115. So even if we were to tap it, it still wouldn't break the lower high. If this stays around 119, that would be a little worrying for the bear case. If you close over this 38.2%, doesn't confirm a bottom, doesn't even come close to confirming a bottom. It just starts to make it a little bit more cautionary for shorts, because then you would have probabilities of going to that median. Not 100%. It's only 61.8% chance, which is slightly better than a coin toss. It's pretty good. It's close to 2/3, but it's still not 100%. Nothing. If it's not as long as it's not 100%, there's still some a good possibility that it will fail. Now we go to the index and go to the 2-week. 2-week is still getting a rejection from that 38.2%. We close in about 6 days and 10 hours, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. But as long as we are closing below that 38.2%, probabilities are this dump is going to continue. But by some miracle, say we get a heroic reclaim of this 38.2%, while momentum is then flipping up, that will confirm hidden bullish divergence, and that'll take us to the top 38.2%, which with the stop at the median. But right now that's sitting around that $200,000 area at about $181,000. I don't think that's going to happen. I think probably even if we close over this area, we're going to move to the median, and then the median is going to be our next local top. Right now, the median is at 142.9, and it's going to move on the close. We're going to have to see where it moves. Maybe it'll be at my meme line at that prophesized $130,000 area, but this is just an idea as long as we are below this 38.2%. And that possibility of hidden bullish divergence will be invalidated once we close below 108.296. Then we will have the 2 week will be in a downtrend, and there's no it's impossible to confirm hidden bullish divergence in a downtrend. Monthly is still positioned to the upside. Monthly still has hidden bullish divergence of many drives, and it's still going to be and it has volatility contracting while momentum is pointed to the upside. And the monthly still has a confirmed buy signal. Right now, we are getting a rejection of the median, so that would give you probabilities of going down to the bottom 38.2%, and that level sits at about $91,000. What invalidates that is closing over the median, where right now it kind of doesn't look like we're going to be doing that. We only have about 11 days left to go. 11 days for the bulls to push price up by $16,500. We've seen crazier things than that, but a little unlikely, especially since you already have a rejection of the median. We'll go to the RSI. Sipsky is code 0. Apologies to RFK. Daily. This is in. Is that a lower low? It's an ever so slightly lower low. See on the index if there was. There's a lower low. Yep, index as well. So there's no possibility of bullish divergence yet because we are making lower lows on the RSI and lower lows on price action. So even for the bullish scenario to work out right now on the daily bullish divergence, you would need to make a lower low. Like over here where we had a bullish divergence, we were making lower lows on price, higher lows on RSI, and then once we confirmed the local bottom, that confirmed the bullish divergence and sent us up to retest this $117,000 previous major lower high. Volatility is currently contracting, no divergence present. So the next area of resistance, or the area you should be targeting with this local bottom confirmed, would be the edge of the bearish control zone. And that level sits right now at about $115,000. But this will update in about 9 hours. And volatility is currently contracting while we are getting a move to the upside to retest somewhere around the silver cross area. Excuse me. 4 hours already confirmed the bullish divergence, but this is arguably played out considering you've already hit all of your easy targets. You've hit the 21, you've hit the 55, and you've already hit the critical zone. With volatility close to being topped out now, it's about 86%, so it can still continue from here. And this would be the idea of a little bit of a continuation to tap that $113,000, $114,000 area. PR. Nothing there. Hourly currently has regular hidden bullish divergence confirmed. This will be active as long as you're closing over what's low, $110,500. And you're already in the critical zone, so you can't really get any targets from there. Let's change this to about an 85 and see what that gives us. $111.2, not really much. This is 1 hour, so 90 is not too extreme. Come on. Hey, 113.5, very beautiful. Just keep changing the settings and you'll see something you like. Now let's go to the 15-minute. Nice, and we got bullish divergence confirmed the 15-minute. We confirmed it on this candle here whenever we made a local bottom, and we've already hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. Next target is going to be the critical zone, which currently sits at beautiful 113.380. My TP of 113.4 loves that. Now we go up. Nothing there. Zoom in a little bit. Nope, lower lows. 3-day currently has bearish divergence active. This will be active as long as you're closing below 115,865. The next target is going to be the bearish control zone, which currently sits at about $98,000. Resistance to the upside is going to be, it doesn't really help you much. Your all-time high is 127.6, slightly above all-time highs. 5-day currently also has multiple drives of bearish divergence with volatility now expanding, getting right to that 15% moving average mean line. It's currently at 14.78%, very close to firing off a 5-day setup. Your easy target is right around that bearish control zone of the bearish divergence, and that sits at about 110,169. The next level is the critical zone, which is going to update. Right now, it sits at $72,000. We will go into index. Come on. Weekly currently has bearish divergence confirmed. This will also be active as long as you're closing below about, it's a little slightly higher than the 5-day. This one is 116,055. Next target is going to be the bearish control zone with volatility now starting to expand from many periods of 0%. And the bearish control zone currently sits at $101,100. Resistance to the upside is going to be the neutral zone, which right now is at 117.3. 2-week also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below same number, 116.55. Next target is going to be the bull control zone in the simple moving average, which puts you in a range of around 103,600 and 104,900. Next level is the neutral zone, and the neutral zone sits at 83,700. Keep this number in mind because this will come back. And volatility is now at 0%. Monthly is still has possibility of 3 drives of bearish divergence. It has not gone away because we are below above the area to confirm it. It currently still has hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points because we are making you do have a higher low on price with a lower low on momentum. Invalidating this divergence, the bullish divergence will confirm 3 drives of bearish divergence, and you need to close below about 107,286 to confirm that, and that will give you a target of this 21 EMA, which is right now at 87,000. Told you that number would come back. Now we will go into, first look at Tether, and then go into momentum. Tether currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence active, and this will be active as long as you're closing below 5.13%. And your next target on the divergence is somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average, which puts you in the range between 4.63% and 4.68%. And if only it would have been 0.1% or 0.01% higher. Next level below there is the neutral zone, which puts you at about 4.19%. With the volatility currently contracting with multiple drives of bearish divergence, makes it a lot more likely you're going to find a higher low somewhere around 21 to the 200. Oh, what do you know? The 200 is at 4.68%. 4 hour. 4 hour also has bearish divergence. Still, you're sitting in the critical zone, so you can't really get any targets off of there. Lose this wick low, and this is probably going to give you another little capitulation, which is like which would take Bitcoin up to that 113, 114 area. Come on. Oh, nice. 2 hours now about to get a fresh silver cross to the downside. And we're getting some a nice rejection of our 9 EMA and about to lose the 100. That brings you down to the 200, which is ever so slightly going to rise. Right now it's sitting at 4.65%. Also lines up with that 4.68% area once it starts to move up, because this is going to take a couple of closes before it actually plays out. And this is a 2 hour. This will rise with every single close. Beautifully lines up. And currently we have now invalidated the bullish divergence, giving us a target of the critical zone, which right now is at 4.82%, slightly lower than where we are now. 2-day now invalidating the hidden bullish divergence. 3-day currently has still has active bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing above 4.17%. So likely this one doesn't get invalidated. And we're about to confirm a silver cross on the 3-day. This plays along with the idea that sure, we are getting a bounce, but that bounce is likely to fail. And if you want to be more if you're on the bullish side, you want that failure to lead into a higher low. So even the bullish scenario right now leads into a rejection and a move to the downside. Hopium is that move to the downside makes a higher low, and it doesn't just smash through 107 and then go below 100. 5-day currently has multiple drives of bullish divergence also. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.15%. You're already in the bullish control zone, so the next target will be the critical zone, which currently sits at just over 6%, 6.02%. And you are getting volatility expansion with multiple drives of bullish divergence. Weekly currently is now invalidating the bearish divergence with volatility now taking over that 15% area. You have tap the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. Next level is the critical zone. Sits at about 6.7%. 2 week, nothing. Monthly, nothing. Now into momentum. Daily is currently to the downside, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 110,751, which we are slightly above right now. And here's something that the stochastic has that the RSI does not have. Notice we are making a higher low on momentum, whereas price is making lower low. That gives you a possibility of bullish divergence, and that will confirm with any close over this number here. So closing and flipping the daily back up will confirm daily bullish divergence with a derp of life, and that will give you an easy target of hitting this 100 EMA to the 55 EMA, giving you a zone between 113,000 and 100 and basically like 114,000. What sits in between there? 113.5. Beautiful number. 4 hour close to being topped out on volatility. Not quite just yet though. It hasn't gone to 100%, and it can stay at 100% for a good amount of periods. And it is currently flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over at 111, 150, let's say. 2-day currently flipped to the downside and will remain flipped down with volatility expansion as long as you're closing below 113,700. I like to say this because that 113 tap will just be a tap of this momentum pivot, and it will still remain to the downside unless you close above this area. And if you do close above this area, then you can get back into your longs and target slightly higher for 115s. That would be your TP zone. You want to probably, it would be wise to de-risk there. And then if you close above the area, then you can get back into your longs. It's some small cookies along the way. Come on. 5 days currently also freshly flipped to the downside and will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 106.3. This closes in about 2 days, and we are a good amount over that 106.3 area. So this flipping back up will also be quite worrying for the bear case, because last time momentum flipped back up on the 5-day with volatility going into an expansion phase, we went into all-time highs. Let's find another example right here, all-time highs. Let's find another example right here, all-time highs. Another example right here, all-time highs. Pretty much every single time we've had 5-day flipping up with volatility support, we've had all-time highs. So the hopium that I can find in the bear situation, if this does flip back up, is that volatility goes into a contraction phase. At that point, then yeah, you're more likely to make a lower high somewhere around this 113, 114 area, and then flip back over. You're gonna have to see what happens in about 2 days, where price is in relation to this pivot, because it's still highly probable in the next 2 days that we get a move to the upside, tap that 113, 114 area right into the bear moon, reject, and then close below this number. And that would be very bearish. That would confirm for me that we're going to go below that $100,000 area, at least to somewhere around the 90s, if not that monthly bearish divergence target of 87,000. Going to really have to, going to all come down to this 5-day close, or whether we're likely to reject that 113, 114 area and go to new lows, or if we're going to go to new all-time highs. Because the probabilities would heavily increase of new all-time highs if this flips up and volatility confirms expansion. Because at that point, you would have an 85% chance of winning new all-time highs. Weekly is currently still flipped to the downside. Volatility is in expansion state. This is what dampers the hopium a little bit on the 5-day, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 117,450. 2 week is switching the index for this one. 2 week is also at 0% volatility, extreme lows, and it's still flipped to the downside with bearish divergence, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 127.50. We are currently within the bullish control zone though, and we're going to be in the bullish control zone for a good couple of closes. So the area where it would likely the pivot would likely drop would be somewhere around here, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. So it'll take you like 2 or 3 more closes before you get to that zone, and you can remain to the downside, and you can get downside price while we are in that bullish control zone. What you don't want to do is take out the previous low at around 101,050 on a closing basis, and as long as you don't, you will have possibility for hitting bullish divergence at that point. Price from closing below that previous low at 101.50, and then you would put in hidden bullish divergence and send it up from there. with the bear moon coming and momentum being heavily to the downside below 120, a little less likely that'll happen. Monthly is still positioned up with volatility at extreme lows, although we are below the pivot, and we will be up as long as flipped up as long as we're closing over 115,000. Got 11 days, 10 hours left to go. So it turned also an eternity in cryptocurrency land. So this could flip. We could reclaim this number and maintain momentum to the upside. That would go along with that 5-day flipping back up with volatility expansion. Highly probable at that point we're going to go to significantly new all-time highs. If we flip this down, however, then we're very likely going to break below the critical zone. We're going to have volatility at extreme lows. Last time we lost the critical zone, volatility at extreme lows, we had one of the biggest dump skis you've ever seen. This is straight down from 48,000 to, I believe, just below 20. Yeah, 17,500. 63% dump in the matter of like 2 months, 3 months. Not really much. Right. So on the high time frames, it is now shifting a little bit away from the bearish side, with price reclaiming the area to confirm the bearish divergence. You have now lost the bearish divergence sitting on the RSI, but you still haven't confirmed anything needed to be bullish to new all-time highs here. Still, probabilities do favor a lower high and slightly lower low before, at least before going to new all-time highs, because we don't have any possibility of bullish divergence just yet. But what the hopium is that the 5-day is close to flipping back up with volatility at extreme lows, and you are currently positioned to the upside on all of your low time frames, and the daily is about to flip back up and put in bullish divergence. And if that does happen, that confirms a target of somewhere around 113 to 114. I'll get my TP at 113.4, and anywhere as close as possible to that 114 area would be the opportunity zone for your short, and your stop loss would be lower high at around 115.8. Start to break that area on a closing basis, and you're very likely going to go to new all-time highs. As long as you are rejecting that area, you're likely going to dump to somewhere around 97 to 95,000 for a little bit of a bounce, and then that would give you your monthly bearish divergence, taking you to somewhere around 87,000.
Excellent, sirs. Thank you so much. We have right afterwards Nukes. I swear to God, NUKZ. In Nvidia. I have no idea what the fuck that is. I have another question for you. If you're right on your chart right now, if you don't mind, is your Coinbase chart not working or working? There's a big difference in price. Coinbase, but it doesn't move.
Mine's at 350-162.
Yeah, same.
No. I'm sorry. Your Bitcoin Coinbase chart.
Oh.
Like, you see how it's dead and there's like a $500.
Oh yeah, it's not working for me.
Mine works.
What's the price?
There's like an exclamation mark that says data issue.
Wait, never mind. It's the same price as yours. No, never mind. Oh, what does this mean?
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's funny you see that, because I wouldn't even notice that. Huh. Weird.
Yeah, absolute fucking weird.
You guys have the Coinbase app? I wonder if, like, you can obviously.
I do. Hang on.
Coinbase.
I have no money in there, but let me see. Coinbase.com schedule maintenance. On Saturday, October 25th, Coinbase will undergo a schedule, but that's on the 25th. We're on the 20th. So maybe it got here ahead. Assets. Let me see. Let me click on Bitcoin, for example, within here. It's not even appearing. 1 second.
Is Coinbase down?
Here it is. No, the price is right.
Weird.
Yeah, it's only the chart that's not working. Fantastic. Fantastic, boys. All right, get to it. Oh, AWS went down.
Oh, I see. Coinbase is hosted by them.
I'm guessing. Yeah, a lot of fucking things went down because of it. Okay, now I understand. Got it. Okay. You would think that a company that's a quadrillion dollars wouldn't have these problems, and they'd have enough Indians working on it to solve these problems as soon as possible. Quickly. But I'm guessing no matter how many Indians you have, still not going to work as fast as you would like to. The only thing that
I can only imagine what their data center smells like.
And by the way, they say they have no vents and there's no AC
Oh.
available.
Oh,
Oh,
my
good
eyes
lord!
are
It
burning. Oh,
probably
God.
smells like feet and chicken tikka masala.
Fucking phenomenal. Oh, all right. Well, before we I start with this, I want to show you boys this. This was like the little rejection zone that we said if we cannot get over this, it's going to be quite painful. And I think if we SFP it right now, which starts to look like that in the 1 hour,
Wow.
and we lose the SMA 200 on the 1 hour, you're going back to 108s quickly in here.
Like that was on the hourly to the left side. That was the start of your major dump. You can just see that, like it just
Yeah, right
lost
here.
it, there, and then even the recent one lost it there on a closure, and then yeah, you had chop before that to not make shorts feel comfortable in that setup, but then you just bigly dumped.
Yeah, and if you want to look at it like this too, here you go. Let me get rid of the circle, and I'll show you on the daily because it's easier and cleaner.
Oh wow.
But this had been holding since June. We only touched it again September, and now we dropped and we're doing a bearish retest.
Isn't that,
Right
I think, on the, I think we were talking about this chart directly, and we said, you know, more times you come down, probably not going to hold. And now it's looking like it's flipping into resistance. That's a clean chart. Chart's worth 1,000 words. There it is.
So far, so good right here. And obviously, I'd love for Farhan's thing to play out, but I'd also like my short to play out since I'm short right here, which is pretty nice. So if we forget about your 113,500, sir, and we just go down, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be phenomenal. I'm sorry, you're long.
Let's just give us a little tap, hit my TP, and then we can dump.
I mean, my leverage would allow me to survive that. So
Yeah.
that's the way we'd play it. Just real quick.
We can both win. I can get a couple of shekels.
Exactly.
If it could, I could see the argument. It's just playing the 4-hour EMA 100. You just tap and go it. Literally just tap and go. Or 112, 112, you know. I still feel like 112 is going to reject just based on CME.
See, right now you'll know because right now it's looking that it's going to go to beat these one, like basically this high right here in 111,666. If we take that out, well, we still have a little bit of space before we hit the trend line, really.
At 112, yeah. That's why it's a little tricky because you could just hit 112 and then nuke, and this was just a bait.
That'd be fantastic. I mean, normally that's what he does, right? He doesn't like to respect these type of structures. And normally when he consolidates to the upside and it makes one of those flags, there's continuation, but towards the downside. More likely than not on Bitcoin. You see it here. Consolidated up here. Same. It doesn't like to consolidate up. When Bitcoin's the most bullish is when he does this. This is bullish as fuck on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
When he does, and he just respects that, that means that he's going to do.
Yeah, like the stair step up, elevator down move.
Yeah. And the one thing we had talked about was you're not going to let these fucking short survive, are you? Like all the people that shorted all of this, like at least you got to take out a few days of this. And that's what we're in the process of right now. So let's get it. All right. Nukes and Nvidia.
You know,
I'll do whichever one.
I'll do Nvidia. I'll give you the nice one.
I'll do the nuke.
Perfecto. Thank you.
It'll be awesome if the price is going down too.
I really hope it is. I hope it's one of those charts that just looks terrible and terrible and terrible. And
is it spelled exactly like it sounds?
NUKZ.
Okay.
Let me triple confirm 1 second. Yeah. NUKZ. You know what? Let me give you the preview. Range nuclear renaissance. Oh no. Well, it's nuclear. So you know how
nuclear energy. So I hope it goes to new all-time highs and continues to form God candles.
Yeah, basically. I mean, look at this. Ever since it came out back in the day in January of 2024, it's only been up. Very recent chart. Okay, I'll start with this. Thank you, boys. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, en la de harina, la diaria, ¿no? Sí, exactamente. Algo que vale la pena notar en este momento es lo siguiente. Me los llevo a esto. Los voy a poner primero en la semanal, solamente para poder poner contexto en lo que estamos viendo, ¿no? Esta línea de abajo que van a ver, la hemos tocado solamente en agosto, septiembre del 2024. Luego la volvimos a tocar en marzo del 2025 ante la caída y en abril. Y hasta ahorita la volvimos a tocar una vez más. ¿Ok? Entonces ha sido 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 toques. Para mí ya tienes más de 65% de probabilidades de que si la vuelves a tocar vas a romper a la baja. Y eso es donde está el promedio del 34 en la semanal. Tu promedio del 34 en la semanal está en los 106, 370. Vas a tocar eso una vez más y vas a reventar para abajo y vas a buscar la media de este canal en los 86. ¿Ok? Eso es lo primero. Ha estado aguantando. Aquí tengo otra línea de tendencia. Esa línea de tendencia la estoy usando en temporalidades más cortas como la diaria. Lo puedes ver acá. Esta línea de tendencia la tocamos junio, la volvimos a tocar apenas en septiembre, la volvimos a tocar en octubre y la rompimos a la baja. ¿Y ahora qué estamos haciendo? Un retesteo bajista al mismo tiempo que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y estás retesteando el promedio del 9 por primera vez desde que lo perdiste hace 10 días. La primera vez que vienes y retesteas el promedio del 9, ¿ok? Entonces, ahorita que le estamos dando más preferencia, si estás viendo la tabla diaria, puedes ver que tienes un máximo histórico, tienes un bajo más alto que este, pero tienes un alto más bajo y luego tienes un bajo más bajo. Por ahora estás en una tendencia bajista diaria, pero estás ante un rebote. Y una vez más, el viernes platicamos de cómo teníamos que eliminar, cómo funciona el mercado. Ves todas estas velas rojas, toda la gente que hizo el short en el rango, les voy a poner el rango para que lo tengan, y esto es muy importante. Ahora, el precio frenó perfectamente en donde yo les había marcado a todos ustedes que si esto se volvía resistencia, y ahorita el precio está más alto, esta es una gráfica que no está funcionando, la de Coinbase está apagado, para que lo tengan bien prendido en la cabeza, ¿ok? El precio está por aquí arriba en 11,600, acá, ¿ok? Si esta línea meme de acá rompe a la baja, o sea, nos rechaza, esto va a demostrar una debilidad impresionante en esta tabla y, güey, te vas a llevar el S&P 200 como si fuera nada y para abajo. Hasta ahorita lo que te está haciendo pensar es, esto fue un S&P y ahora vamos para arriba. Pero en realidad puede que el S&P te lo esté dando acá para dar continuación a la baja. Es lo que nosotros creemos. ¿Qué tan alto puede llegar? Y aquí es donde está el debate. No, pero es bastante fácil, honestamente. Y es lo que les voy a presentar en este momento. Vamos a empezar con esto, damas y caballeros, por supuesto, con nuestra tabla trimestral de los Bitcoin. Voy a poner la tabla que sí funciona. Y pueden ver justamente lo que hemos estado viendo en estos momentos, que es, estamos en este canal alcista que empezó en el 2021, tocamos el tope, caímos. No llegamos a tocar la parte baja del rango, por cierto, en la trimestral. Luego, de abajo, vamos a la parte media, rompemos la media, pero hacemos un poco como de un S&P, un bajo más alto, reventamos a tocar el tope. Para abajo, en la media, arriba. Abajo, en la media, arriba. Y continuamos arriba y ahora la parte alta nos está rechazando en este momento. Pero lo importante para mí, recuerden lo que hemos estado practicando nosotros en este canal desde hace un rato, esta volatilidad, pueden verla, esta empieza desde el 2015, encuentra fondo en el 2016, que ocurre tope. Entonces, cada que ves volatilidad en el gráfico trimestral bajar, el precio cae con la volatilidad. Y recuerda, nosotros consideramos que baja ya que estás por debajo del promedio, ya que estás por debajo del promedio, ya que estés por debajo del promedio. Y acá pues no tenemos cómo saber cuál fue debajo del promedio, pero pues viene de ahí atrás, ¿ok? Para que lo tengan pendiente. Y cada que esta cosa encuentra uno de estos puntos de inflexión, es el mejor punto para comprar porque es cuando más rápido va a subir y llegar a nuevos máximos, nuevos máximos, nuevos máximos. ¿Ok? Entonces, ahorita lo que tenemos es un setup bajista que de dar continuación va a decirnos que ya tocamos techo en el precio de Bitcoin, para que lo tengan bien pendiente. Nunca ha fallado esta. En todas para arriba y para abajo, todas han sido fondo y todas han sido altos. Entonces, el setup esta volatilidad tiene un 100% ¿cómo se dice? De accuracy, de ser correcta, básicamente. Voy a ir bueno, les voy a poner el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver. Voy a quitar esto, la línea esta, cualquier pendejo la puede hacer. Si hasta yo pude. Vamos a ver cómo se ve en la trimestral por acá. El Bitcoin, pues bueno, y acá podamos ver que habíamos sido rechazados por la media. Nuestra siguiente vela trimestral no aguantó nada. Falta, para cerrar esta vela trimestral, por cierto, faltan 2 meses y 12 días. Lo que tiene cara de que ya hizo es como ese pre-front run a la media. Y digo, a la zona azul. La zona azul en este momento está en 131,700. De no poder, porque aparte acá está el 50%, de no poder retomar 118, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser el promedio del 5 en los 101 y el siguiente debería ser 82, que es el promedio del 9 y es más o menos donde vemos esa media en ese canal alcista en la que se encuentra Bitcoin en este momento. Mensual. Mensual, ¿qué es lo que tenemos? Tenemos el setup de volatilidad más potente en toda la historia en esta tabla. Voy a poner mi línea meme en esta tabla para que lo tengamos presente. Ahí está. Pueden ver que volatilidad está justo al punto más bajo en el 8.24%. Y por ahora continúa bajando. Esto nos dice que vamos a tener uno de los movimientos más altos en la tabla de Bitcoin en toda la historia, sea para arriba o para abajo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Una clara tendencia alcista, continuando después del bajón de los aranceles, porque, no, esto es una tabla mensual. Este es el bajón de la no recesión, la recesión que fue cancelada, cambiamos el significado de recesión y desde entonces hemos estado subiendo en línea recta por acá. Nos rechaza la media, justamente. La media estaba en 119. ¡Wow! 119. Ese rechazo nos pone donde estamos y de no poder aguantar la línea meme, que también es el promedio del 5, lo pueden ver acá. El promedio del 5 mensual está en los 111,280. De no poder aguantar eso, vamos a venir al promedio del 9 y el promedio del 9 se encuentra en 102,455 y de fallar 86, que es justamente el promedio del 21 y la media del canal, que es lo que mínimo la siguiente parada que yo esperaría. 2 semanas, buenas noticias y malas. Buenas noticias, tienes el promedio del 9 en los 113,369. En un segundo, no sé qué vergas pasó. Me cambió de gráfico. Excelente. Excelente, Alejandro. Ok. En esta de 2 semanas, lo que podemos ver es, nos rechaza la media, caemos a la parte baja de la zona azul. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente en los 113,378, que es donde Farhan tiene el TP de su long. Y de poder llegar ahí, deberíamos, si eres alcista, querer retomar esta zona para de aquí poder ir a buscar los 123 y el 123 máximos históricos. De perder la zona de la parte baja de la zona azul en los 109,814, puedes venir una vez más a retomar este promedio del 9, que está en los 103, del 21, perdón, y de no aguantar, tu 34 es el siguiente objetivo en los 94. Importante, en la de 2 semanas también tienes volatilidad nula, y estos son setups súper potentes, movimientos grandes en la de 2 semanas también. Recuerda que en la de 5 días esperas movimientos a la alza o a la baja en promedio 35%. En estas temporalidades estás hablando de mucho más. Semanal. Semanal también tienes muchísimos periodos de nula volatilidad, aunque la volatilidad empezó a apuntar para arriba. Recuerda que no la consideramos haciendo nada hasta que cruce por encima del 15% para oficialmente considerarla en expansión. En este momento tenemos la media en los 118,200. Nuestro promedio del 9 semanal está en los 113,423. Nuestro promedio del 5 está en los 114,143 y es por eso que nuestros objetivos a la alza en este movimiento más o menos están por ahí. De no poder romper estos 114,100, vas a continuar cayendo. Tu primera parada sería la parte baja de la zona azul en los 104,700. Y de ahí tienes más probabilidades a ir al 61.8% que está en 94,500. 5 días, en un segundo. 5 días tenemos un poco de lo mismo. Volatilidad había empezado a moverse para arriba, pero todavía no es oficial en nada de esto. Continúa yéndose de ladito, en lo que el precio está básicamente cayendo en estos momentos. Estamos intentando regresar a la parte baja de la zona azul, estamos retomando, pueden verlo. Nuestro siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 112,100, que es donde está la línea meme en mi otra tabla que no funciona en este momento. Y de poder romper los 112,100, 114,100 sería el promedio del 9, y ahí es donde vas. 114,400 sería el promedio del 9. Y de ahí, venciendo los 115, vas a la media en los 121 y de ahí probablemente altos históricos. ¿Ok? Un segundo. Ok. Ajá, básicamente. Y de perder los 109,900, básicamente los 109 son la línea en la arena. Déjenme ver la de 2 días. Personalmente es una de mis favoritas. Efectivamente. ¿Qué tenemos por acá? El 55. Acá atentos porque en la de 2 días podemos ver un cruce plateado si esto llega a rechazar. Estamos justamente rechazando el 61.8% en este momento. Faltan todavía básicamente 2 días de trading para cerrar esta vela. La pasada habíamos cerrado una por debajo del promedio del 100. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que cerramos una por debajo del promedio del 100? No, la caída de los aranceles. Y la primera vez que caíste, la siguiente vela te hizo como no te preocupes, vamos a subir. La que sigue dio un mega pompazo porque habías caído hasta 84, se fue hasta 95 y de ahí continuaste para llegar a los 74. Esto es bastante interesante para mí. El haber perdido el promedio del 100 en un cierre, el ver cómo está subiendo esta vela, me dice que tienes una alta probabilidad de venir exactamente a justamente primera parada, segunda parada y tercera parada, hasta acá. Y esto básicamente sería una repetición, perdiendo el promedio del 100 de lo que ocurrió en la caída de los aranceles. Espero que esta vez no le cobren a Bitcoin aranceles por traerlos de China. Ya saben cómo funciona el mercado. Mínimo es lo que me dicen los pacos, por los aranceles que hay Bitcoin, entonces yo me la creo. Porque no me cuestiono nada de nada. No vi volatilidad en la de 2 días, perdón. Volatilidad en la de 2 días había expandido ante la caída y ahora está un poco apuntando para abajo, que es lo que está creando esta corrección, básicamente. Y esto sugiere más que sea una corrección antes de que sea, ¿cómo se dice? De que esté apoyando el movimiento con dirección diaria, y les voy a poner temporalidades bajas ahorita, para que se regocen. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, no había retesteado el promedio del 9 literalmente desde que lo perdiste el 10 de octubre, ni una sola vez lo veniste a tocar y ahora sí ya lo veniste a tocar. Siguiente objetivo debería ser tu promedio del 100, que está en los 113 una vez más, y de ahí el 21 que está en los 113,100. El 34 está en los 113,900 y el 55 en los 114,100. Básicamente puedes monitorear todo esto en la diaria. Si llegas a reventar el promedio del 55, vas a venir a los 116,220 y de poder hacerlo vas a básicamente 120 y esto te debería llevar a máximos históricos si es que lo logras hacer. Pero por ahora lo que nosotros pensamos es que esto va a ser esto y esto, o puede que ya haya hecho esto. Si hace, la diferencia entre estos puntos es lo siguiente. Si haces esto, sería esperado, y para mí la caída no va a ser tan grande, ¿ok? Pero si rechazas aquí o en la parte baja de la zona azul, en donde está el promedio del 100, lo rechazas de una, esto fue un SFP, esto va a caer muy fuerte, porque tendría muchísima debilidad. Nos ha demostrado una y otra vez que tienes mucha debilidad. Lo vimos nosotros, sobre todo en nuestro gráfico diario. Miren, me le quito esto rápido para que lo puedan ver. pueden ver que les dije por acá, este es el rango, etcétera. Y yo me imaginé que iba a todavía romper esto. Dije, no puede ser tan fácil el trade, que llegue a la parte alta de mi rango y nada más se dé la vuelta. Pues hijo de puta lo hizo. Después de esta súper caída, pueden ver a lo que me refiero cuando digo lo débil que está. Normalmente de esto esperarías mínimo venir acá, tío. Y pues no lo hicimos. Mínimo venir a esta zona. Y pues no lo hicimos. No sé por qué esa línea está ahí. Ok, 118. En fin, por ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo en Bitcoin? Lo que estamos viendo en este momento es, y una vez más, está el precio más arriba. Estamos viendo si vamos a romper la zona de los 112. Lo que pensamos ahorita, estamos en una tendencia bajista diaria, ¿ok? Y estando en esta tendencia bajista diaria, lo que pensamos es que Bitcoin está rebotando simplemente a la siguiente zona para eliminar estos cortos. Es parte de lo que hace el mercado. Entra todos estos cortos, tú dices, ni madres, papi, los engañas a todos de que te los vas a llevar y bolas. O te los llevas y bolas. Pero si hace eso, te los llevas tanto y da tanto para arriba, no vas a continuar cayendo. Ahí cambiaría yo mi punto de vista en ese momento. Por ahora, si rechazamos los 12,100, rechazamos los 113,000 o rechazamos hasta los 114,500, eso nos debería llevar al punto siguiente para abajo. Si pasamos los $115,000, vas para arriba y ahí vas a tener que llevarte este máximo en 116,100. Una vez que lo hagas, entras en este rango que juega hasta los 121 y esto te pone una vez más en tesitura para altos históricos. Arriba de 118, que es acá, te ponen altos históricos, básicamente. Abajo de 115, tendencia bajista. Y abajo de 112, si no llegamos a 112 y rompemos, estás en una mega tendencia bajista con fuerza. Ahora, déjenme les pongo la de 12 horas. La de 12 horas a mí me dice esto. Pueden ver, sin el HBDR, venimos después de haber caído, tuvimos un cruce plateado. Retestamos el 9, retestamos el 9, retestamos el 9, por fin rompimos. Esta es la primera vez que tocamos el promedio del 21 desde que habíamos caído. Igualito que el 9 en la diaria, ¿no? Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir esto? Que si esto nos aguanta y nos vuelve a bajar, ahí es donde quedó la fiesta. El siguiente objetivo sería el 34 en los 112,700. Y aquí está el extremo, en los 115,500, en los 115,221 con el S&P 200 que retesteaste aquí en la caída. Yo creo que no los vas a volver a retestear rápido. Los promedios más lentos normalmente son los primeros que retesteas y los que los vas perdiendo más y más y más. Entonces, por ahora, primero el 5 y el 9, bien, ya tomados. Después sigue el 21 al 34. Si puedes aguantar en ese rango, te va a trepar al 100 y al 55. 8 horas. El 34 es lo que te está rechazando. ¿Qué había visto con volatilidad en la de 12 horas? Que estaba contrayendo. En la expansión tuvo la caída y después un poco de la subida. No, simplemente la caída. Y esta contracción tiene la subida, por lo que me dice que me da sugerencia que esto tiene más probabilidad de ser una corrección que cualquier otra cosa. Puedes ver justamente acá el 34 es lo que nos está rechazando también en la de 8 horas. 4 horas que tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida. Bien, y en esta subida, es más, aquí puedes monitorear qué tan alto va a llegar el movimiento. Cuando esto se canse, vas a probablemente ver cómo se detiene, porque esto te llevó al alza. Este fue uno de los, ¿cómo se dice? De los puntos que discutí en Discord con ustedes ¿qué fue? Este fin de semana, ¿no? Que les dije, oportunidad en Bitcoin, 2 tablas de Bitcoin, 30 minutos y 1 hora. Ambas tienen grandes periodos de cero volatilidad. Aquí existe un trade de volatilidad. Les puse el objetivo 110,400. Ya lo rompimos a la alza y a la baja 104. Así que nos tocó una excelente movida a todos nosotros. Simplemente tuvimos que haber estado acá y es lo que hicimos este fin de semana. Una vez más, los degenerados como el tío Salo y ustedes. Entonces, por ahora, estamos viendo qué es lo que ocurre en estas tablas. Déjenme veo, porque aquí volatilidad sí funciona, perdón, en la de 4 horas. Pueden ver lo que continúa expandiendo. Y eso nos debería llevar a los 112,700. Y este promedio del 100, una vez más, no lo hemos tocado desde el 10 de octubre. Hay muchas cosas críticas hoy que nos van a... Hoy básicamente vas a tener o el rechazo o el breakout, en mi opinión. Es lo que todo se está juntando. Parece que todas las estrellas se están juntando. Y me voy a volver un poco más degenerado, ponerlo en la de una hora. La de una hora tuvo, después de esta volatilidad expandiendo, contracción. Y esta contracción dramática está preparando otro movimiento de volatilidad pendejo. Vamos a ver si la de 30 minutos ya empieza a darnos volatilidad nula. Atentos. Atentos. Y esto abrió para arriba. Esto quiere decir más o menos, por ahora, volatilidad parece estar apoyando el movimiento a la alza en la de 30 minutos en Bitcoin. Y acá está en 22.22, en lo que el precio está en 111.300. Vamos a ver. 111.300, 111.200. Cuando sube y sube la volatilidad, eso me lo confirmaría. 111.300. Sí, y ahora que bajó el precio, bajó la volatilidad. Ahora, este setup tiene una confirmación, pero como estás en tan baja temporalidad, quieres 3 cierres mínimo, ¿ok? Tienes nada más uno, déjame confirmo. Uno, ajá, y el siguiente es este. Entonces, atentos acá. En la de 30 minutos te está dando la guía. Y vean esta putada. I don't know if you boys are watching this, but on the 30-minute volatility setup brewing, and then this right here, 1 second. This could be.
That's what I'm looking
30
at.
minute freshly just flipped up.
Yeah, it looks like it should be going up because volatility was expanding as it was going up and it was contracting as it was coming down. But then it could also play a stupid fucking game like this.
To me, it's looking everything. And I just posted this on the Discord. Everything's looking heavy to me. Actually, looking at where Nvidia is at, looking at where Bitcoin's at, ETH, Sol. It's actually looking quite heavy, even on the hourly. Possibly just have that price divergence, giving shorts pretty easy entry here.
Oh, Sol is at the medium of the parallel channel that's coming down right here. And that should be a rejection on the 9.
So my balls are kind of tingling here, actually, just so everyone's aware. I'm looking for shorts here. And yeah, we go a little higher, I'll add. Fully aware of that. But it's, to me, looking kind of heavy when I look at the hourly. We just need to take out 109.3, really. That's what's brewing.
Yeah, all silver crosses to the downside.
So I would be very aware of that because you bring that up just kind of gives me confluence of, well, I am looking potentially at markets to roll over here soon.
30-minute. This is really going to be it on the 30-minute. You break this shit up along with volatility expanding. Look, because volatility is expanding with this going up. So as it went up like $100, volatility went up by 0.4%.
Yeah. You are
On the
holding the
30
median. So it should, in theory, go up. It should break out. So we'll have to see.
Let's see where we at on the HPDR here. Oh, look.
So it should break out.
It should.
Should, ideally. If it doesn't.
1,400. So 111,500 basically almost gives you the pre-breakout.
Yeah, that's what I see too, actually. So it should break out in theory. So we'll see. But you know, if it doesn't, telling sign, because the hourly is actually at the median now. So it's a little tricky, 30-minute versus the hour. It's like the hourly could roll over, the 30-minute could break out. It's interesting. And I'm using the index. The index.
Oh, okay. But
Looks
also the hourly is preparing a volatility setup, right?
Yeah, like on next hourly,
Really?
you'll have it. So
yeah, something's happening today. And also,
yeah, I agree.
Did we already reject up here? It's play. I mean, this is a doji, right? It's a fucking piece of shit. Reject here, or are you pumping from here?
Yeah. And that's why when we get into these times on the lower time frames, I just have to still just look at the daily. And it's like you're not very far from the daily 9. Still really on. So even if you broke out on the 30-minute, that could lead you just to that 112 flat, fills the academy shorts, and then just rolls over from there. there you got your, in quotation marks, breakout, which was what, from current market price, it's like a almost over half a point. It's almost 1%.
That'd be fantastic.
Good.
All right, you're muted, sir.
Oh, I thought I was muted.
No, not you, Farhan.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were talking to us or if you were talking to someone next to you, to a ghost.
And I was
probably.
I was saying something to someone next to me.
The ghost of China.
I don't know if you're talking to the spirits of China that are there with you,
I'm
protecting you.
I'm talking to the greatest leader of all time, President Xi Jinping. God bless his
Wow.
soul.
He truly is the greatest leader of all time. I hope he smells like honey. That's all.
I'm sure he does. Sure. His hands are probably sticky too, just a little bit.
I will not engage in this conversation.
Now that you're there, you fucking pussy ass motherfucker. But when you were here, Winnie the Pooh, huh? Winnie the Pooh. Exactly.
Oh, did you know that China and Japan are different countries?
Attaboy.
One of the greatest South Park episodes ever, too. Oh,
God, I love
thank
that
you.
episode.
Thank you.
And
Let me
it kills
finish
me
this
even
and,
more that they're voiced by the same guy.
Say it again. Oh, yeah.
It kills
they're
me even
voiced by
more
the
that
same-
they're voiced by the guy.
Yeah, of course. It's fucking phenomenal. Let me just finish this and I'll throw it to you, Alex, with Nvidia. Para resumir, estamos ante una caída en la diaria. Estamos haciendo altos, altos más bajos, bajos, bajos más bajos. Estamos viendo dónde vamos a retestear bajistamente, porque después de hacer un bajo, tienes que hacer un alto. Y la pregunta es, ¿ya hiciste el alto acá? ¿Lo vas a hacer acá? ¿Lo vas a hacer acá? ¿O vas a tener un nuevo alto más alto? Esa es tu pregunta. Y ahora, para nosotros tiene más probabilidad de rechazar, ¿dónde? En los 113 a los 114. Es más o menos la zona que estamos esperando donde encontremos el rechazo. Podría pasar en los 112, 100 y pues de ahí para abajo. Ahora, estamos equivocados. Si puedes pasar 115 para arriba y después 118. Eso te llevaría a máximos históricos. 115 a 118, 118 a máximos históricos. Pero por ahora tiene más cara de que simplemente estamos ante un rebote. Después de este mínimo, tienes este máximo, ahora tienes este mínimo y ahora vamos a buscar dónde va a quedar el próximo máximo para ir a buscar ¿qué? Un bajo más bajo. ¿Ok? Eso sería como funcionaría de acuerdo a si todo es perfecto. Y pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, esos son los Bitcoins. Vamos a ver cómo va Nvidia ahora que va a tener... ¿Cuándo reporta ingresos en Nvidia? Hasta acá, hasta el 19 de noviembre, cabrón. Ok. Todavía la fiesta puede continuar y pueden ver que Nvidia continúa siendo alcista por más que Jeff Bezos les diga que se acabó. Simplemente está haciendo bajos más altos por toda la tabla, la hija de puta. Vale, Alex, ready for you, sir. Let me remove this, add this, take this, put that.
Let's get this. There we go. Nice. Yeah, so for me, the Academy is still short on Nvidia. Very closely came to our stop loss, I will say. But to me, I'm just having to look at this as like a liquidity grab up, taking shorts out that we're using this zone. And for me, you're still under that daily 9, which is a big spot. Now, we're in a really tricky zone because you're still above 183 meme line, important, but you're still in a daily breakdown. You have volatility right about to bust. And to me, this is just looking very weak. If you end up losing that 183, I have to start looking lower. Let me delete this. You're just playing within the range then. You lose 183, and ideally you get confirmation of this breakdown, losing the 34, which has just been a place of congestion here. You then can start targeting closer to 176, 174. Lose 174, that's where it becomes really fun for shorts. If you lose this 174, you're going to move to the daily EMA 100, which most likely does provide some reaction. I just say that based on, well, the fact that you haven't tested it in so long. Generally, when you have a major level, you break above, you fizzle out, you range, you make a high. It's often a good case to make some kind of mean reversion bounce from this point. That could lead to a lower high or potentially a bottom. We just won't know until we know, but we just know that sitting at 168, perhaps in the next few days, 169 for the culture. That to me is really what I'm watching for. Shorts in this region targeting the EMA 100. You lose the EMA 100, that's where we potentially can get a TP2 going for the Academy. In this region, I would expect a major bounce. Why I'd expect a major bounce at the 148, 150 region? Well, that's just based on the monthly, right? We see the monthly on Nvidia is pretty interesting because the entire bull market, you were riding the monthly 9. And I remember back in 2023, back in 2024, everyone wanted to short this, calling a top. And really, if you just go to your monthly, it just really didn't tell you that. Even here, when you'd, okay, you almost lost the monthly 9, you lost it, you rejected it. This was like the only time in this chart's history since 2022 where it really became easy. You lost it, you rejected it, you came all the way down. So April. And then you got back above and you've just been riding up, making a new high. You have a macro high, so absolutely can afford some pullback here. It's really for 4-5 months now. You're on the 5th month. You haven't tested the monthly 9. We know on these very volatile assets, you absolutely 100% can test the monthly 9. You saw that with Bitcoin. We had a lot of people saying it couldn't do it. It doesn't matter how long it stays above. You generally do get a reconnection. So using that same idea on a very volatile stock, you can just say, well, yeah, if you start breaking down, losing that 174, most likely that 159 will give some kind of reaction. Similar to the EMA 100. I won't really, it's not very close, I'll say that actually, but it's around that region, maybe a $15, $20 difference. So that's, around for you. I guess that's relative. For me, it's not, though. I shouldn't have said that. But rather than what's probably around it is like a weekly, right? And so if we go to the weekly, you're like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Now you lose the monthly 9, the weekly will lose the EMA 34. That'll instantly be in a sell trigger. We would then have to target lower. For me, lower just gives me confluence to in this region here around 130s, where you should expect some bullish reaction. You've noticed here the EMA 21 got hit once, and that was a major bottom before a new high. So it's now lined up specifically at that 130 region. That's important because you're, potentially going to get this EMA 21 on a monthly over time above these wick highs, which is important. You came up, you rejected. So you can really get support above this price action here. To me, I have to look at that as bullish and potentially a big spot for a bounce. But that doesn't mean that you can't get a pullback here. And actually, if you do it to 29, basically 30% pullback from here, if you just simply test the 9, that's 13%. So perspective is key. You have a macro high. You have a bi-monthly closing here soon. You really need to be paying attention to this region. For me, really easy gauge on if you're going to have upside continuation the next 2 months. Very easy gauge is just, do we close above the previous wick high? So just delete this. We'll actually make it match up for professionals here. Nope, didn't match up. It's trolling me. There we go. If you get this bi-monthly in 11 days, closing back above specifically, we'll call it 184.50. That'll be a good sign of continuation. Probably fills out some of this wick here. Does it make a high? Is a more important question, unsure. And you can just see here, you're trying to really flip this zone, right? You got a very beautiful monthly candle. Okay, cool, made a high, but you potentially just form a doji here while holding above the previous highs. That's bullish. But that's why we need to see bulls actually get a reaction here. Going back to the daily, this is not really what you'd want to see if you're bullish, which is, okay, you had a breakout, you potentially took this high out, but you're not really sustaining it into today. This is potentially a concerning sign for me when you see Bitcoin breaking out and you need to sustain this price action today. If Nvidia starts rolling over, I use that as implications for risk off for the day, which again still hasn't. You're still holding the 21 and the candle's still green. Let's go to the lower time frame to see if we see anything at all. Yep, so you just have this cluster of moving averages on the 4-hour. That's an easy perspective. And just similar to Bitcoin, you're right at resistance. So it's just more of, if you're not positioned, it's better wait and watch approach. you know, the daily is really holding us down. So get back above the daily 9 and hold above 183. Great. You have, you know, potentially a breakout here with volatility about to give you that. But if this starts rolling over with volatility about to bust, you have to be very aware of this breaking down. And you've seen big breakdowns occur, right? You reject 183. This was a 3.5% red dildo down, and then following candle came down another 4%. So 7% in total from that 183. It's really not good. That's why it's a big zone. You want to be watching very carefully. This has 4 more hours to go. Let's see if bulls can actually hold and defend that region. Nice 2-day wants to get the reclaim. It's a nice perspective here on why it's important for bulls to actually hold this zone. If you just lose it, get back under the 2-day 9, yeah, this will just start really looking like a massive test of resistance, which should have been flipped into support. Now it's flipping into resistance, implications for the bottom side of the channel here, down to that 174. Two hours, still right at the 34. Interesting. You can just visually see, it just needs to hold. If you can hold this region, you can break out. But if you don't hold, you can have big dumps. It's funny because, okay, you have a 5-day setup here. Nope, didn't want to go there, but might as well talk about it. That's interesting. It's like we came here on accident. Something's guiding us. Anyways, 27-day chart's interesting because you actually have a setup here. But you've only had 2 technically ever. One, I don't want to call it a failure, but it just didn't give you that busting action on volatility. It actually just came in for a reset, but we'll still look. 2014, 2015, interesting. Cool. So yeah, volatility here on the 27-day, almost monthly chart. Let's see here. So it started to slowly trek up, went to 19%. Okay. So on that little move up on volatility, you got a 30% move. It's not bad. Then here you got consolidation, bullish consolidation, putting in bullish price structure, led to a reset of volatility. On this move down, hit the 21, bullish structure still. And then you got the, you know, bullzuka move. We'll take it from here. It's pretty crazy. Conservatively, not even measuring up here, 250%. So why is that important? Well, I find it quite interesting how this is already firing off. You can just see. So this entire bull market, you've just been resetting 27-day volatility, and now it's firing off.
Wait, you're looking at a 27-day chart?
Yeah.
Why?
Just I stumbled upon it, and I think it's interesting that it's firing off on volatility now.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was like a secret that you were going to be like, oh,
No.
it's 27 that you count, you know?
That's why when I came on here, we were going to go to a 5-day, and I hit the 27. And I was like, oh, well, wait, maybe something's guiding us here because I would have never gone on. I have 27 marked. I look at it, but not on stream. And so the only reason I'm only talking about it is because of this. This is very major.
Oh, yeah.
Because the last 2
It's
times.
because the number 7 is actually very lucky in the Asian world, so the Asians are gonna pump it.
Well, there we go. The Chinese
7
man
plus 2
himself
is
said.
9. One of the most important numbers in our reality, son. 369 along with 1.
It's flawless logic.
There you go. That's why it's got to work. Sorry, Alex. I was really curious.
No, yeah, no, good question. Because I'm sure people
And
are
I was just
wondering.
trying to
That's
make
the
a
only
dumb joke.
reason why, though. I mean, this is got my attention now because, well, if I know volatility is firing off and it will be confirmed fully into November, I have to use that as implications for what I expect on Bitcoin. This could potentially give you a major move down potentially here. Now, look at the HPDR, right? You're still bullish. You still are in a high and you are still in a higher low. But that's the point. If the daily starts rolling over from here, you have to be very cautious because we've just seen breakdowns occur. And for me, with what we know on the 27 day, it's really a concerning factor. It's the third setup ever firing off. And it looks like this, just at the really extremity high of things, meaning you've already put in an all-time high. Anything can happen here. Really anything, honestly. Meaning you could just come all the way down. You've had a 30% before of this slightly firing off. Test that 130 region and then maybe bounce. And then you get your bullish retest, your higher low, higher high, maybe a higher low here. Maybe into 2026 you break out again. Maybe. I don't know. That's why we'll know when we get there. So I want to finish up on the 5 day. Let's just see here. That's where I was originally going to go to. It's the 5 day. Okay, so BBWP's reset. I want to look at the HPDR here. You're rejecting the median. Next target down is at 169 for the culture. So this is a good ending perspective on why. Probably not the best place to get bullish at 183, 182, 184. Again, you would already been pretty aware of that just based on all of this. It's not really a good sign. And well, the daily looks like it's in a lower high, lower low. Now, yes, you did take out this last major lower high that I'm using. But that's why then today, this could be just like a liquidity grab of shorts. Only way for me to confirm that is if you churn red on the daily and lose the 34. Take out these lows, and I'm just going to look at this as just a trap on shorts, meaning a lot of shorts are probably shorting into here, stop here. And this took it out. That's why for me with the Academy, it was 185.50. That's what I'm using. Because I know this dirty game. I know we often like to do that with very volatile stocks, crypto. Makes a lot of sense. There's no free lunch. People want this and this and this. Rather, let's come up and then come down. That's more how these very volatile assets run. They're very predatory. But you'll be able to confirm that. So like today, if you just break out, get 184 reclaim, hold the 21, this is wrong then. And you're going to break out and start moving up towards that 190 region. So big spot today. I really do like this chart. And that's why when I look at something like this and I go back to my Bitcoin chart, I do just have to be more cautious here because I just know if like the more higher risk stuff starts rolling over today and Bitcoin is just, catching momentum on a weekend pump and we're so back and, sailors buying, it just makes me a little concerned. But understand this quickly can turn bullish. It very quickly can. And that's just shown on the 2 day here. You get the reclaim, you start moving up, you can then just flip this and squeeze. And then now you're potentially making a new high or another price divergence here on like the higher time frame. But really today will determine a lot for me. If you start closing above 184 on Nvidia today, that'll start shifting my perspective on things. And perhaps we're going to just end October with a nice move up, depending on if we take this high out, will determine my kind of actions going into November. You have a massive topping candle on the weekly, but you're still holding trend. You're still above the 9. And that's why using the daily and the levels here is going to be important. So that's all I have on Nvidia, really. Big spot, tricky. I was waiting to short this. Really, I was waiting for this. So we got it. So far, hasn't really invalidated anything, just volatile. But that's why today I just need to see bears actually pick up. And they could, really, they could. This starts breaking out, let's say towards the end of New York today, Bitcoin starts rolling over. Well, you have a daily setup, volatility setup telling you it could churn pretty nasty if they wanted. Bears took control here. Big if, so we'll have to see. And use today to kind of navigate that along with Bitcoin.
Thank you, senor. Very, very appreciate it. Right now, let me see what's next for you. Coinbase.
Oh,
The base of the coins.
nice. All good flow. Bitcoin, Nvidia, Coinbase, like it.
Yeah, all very risky stuff. I like that people are fucking degenerates like us. Appreciate them.
Uh-huh.
One of us. One of us. One of us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Pues, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Nvidia. En este momento, la empresa de los chipsets va a tener resultados cuando el... Qué pendejo soy, estoy viendo la fecha. 19 de noviembre, para que lo sepan ustedes, ¿ok? 19 de noviembre, todavía falta un mes para los resultados de Nvidia. Pero pueden ver que la diaria nos está preparando un setup de volatilidad ya por acá a punto de reventar, así que vamos a ponernos al pendiente. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en el gráfico diario? Estamos ante una tendencia alcista, después de haber puesto una vela envolvente bajista, haberla confirmado con el cierre de esto, pero continuamos aquí arriba. Esto es honestamente, el juego más sucio de todos y lo juega muy bien Nvidia. Así que vamos a ver, por ahora en la diaria, esto tiene más probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza que caer. Vamos a analizarlo todo rapidísimo. Vamos con la de 3 meses que nos pone, por supuesto, una de aquellas épocas. Vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa cada que contrae la volatilidad de Nvidia. ¿Qué opinan? Vamos a ver por acá. Caes, esta es la primera sesión por debajo de el promedio, caes primera sesión por debajo del promedio, caes primera sesión por debajo del promedio, caes primera sesión por debajo del promedio. Ok. Vamos a ver qué es lo que nos trae Nvidia, básicamente por acá. Caíste, ajuste grande. Esa es la primera. La segunda fue a la alza. Todo esto es con contracción de volatilidad. Tercera fue a la alza y cuarta fue a la baja. ¡Puta madre! Básicamente, hicimos todo este análisis para un 50-50 de que puede subir o bajar, ¿ok? Vientos. Vamos a continuar con esto. Vamos a traer la tabla. Perdón, es que no mamen lo alcista que es esto. Pueden notar que Nvidia, por supuesto, continúa una gran tendencia alcista. Estamos hasta acá. Ya Jeff Bezos les dijo que es la burbuja, por lo que pienso que tenemos que ver un poco más de alto histórico. Lo mismo que les contaron con el oro, ¿no? Básicamente por acá, que les dijeron a todos todo este fin de semana, cambia tu oro por Bitcoin, ve la gente que está formada en las plazas comprando tu oro. Oro va a 4,500 a 5,000. Es lo que va a hacer. Es lo que va a hacer. Porque están intentando hacer que la gente lo venda. Y también les contaron el día de hoy otra vez, ¿no? Que encontraron más oro en no sé dónde. Entonces, quiero que entiendan esto, porque tuve que entenderlo a palazos yo mismo. El oro va a continuar subiendo y va a ser lo último que caiga, ya que todo lo malo empiece, por lo que el oro tiene todavía más piernas para continuar. ¿Ok? En COVID, el oro no cayó cuando todo cayó. En COVID cayó el oro cuando la bolsa dijo, ya no tenemos que estar protegidos, vámonos a las acciones. Eso todavía no pasa el día de hoy en el oro. ¿Ok? Por más que yo mismo haya dicho, no vamos a pasar de los 4,000, aquí estamos y instantáneamente tengo que voltearme y decir, no, estoy completamente equivocado, esto es lo que está pasando. ¿Ok? Y estamos viendo lo mismo con Nvidia. Te cuenta Jeff Bezos que es el fin de Nvidia, todos los pacos, etcétera. Ahora, esto para mí es muy difícil de leer en general y por eso no, en Nvidia nada más compro cuando hay un mega dip para comprar, para vender el trade. Es lo único que hago, esta no me la quedo, porque no entiendo, no entiendo bien. Lo que parece para mí es que de aquí al fin del mundo, y cuando digo al fin del mundo, digo al fin del mundo, Nvidia debería de continuar subiendo, aunque haya más competidores, etcétera, simplemente por lo adelante que están con todo y cuántos centros, cuántos centros muy importantes de computación están usando sus chipsets. Entonces, yo me voy a ir con Nvidia y ahora, de nuevo, puede que todos estemos en la mierda, que no tengamos dinero, que no tengamos acceso a crédito, que no tengamos nada, pero a Mark Zuckerberg, a Elon Musk y a Larry Ellison de Oracle, a ellos no les falta dinero para comprar más chips bonitos. ¿Ok? Nos falta a nosotros, los jodidos. Ellos tienen miles de millones de dólares para seguir tirándole a esto. Entonces, cuando digo que estoy volteando a ver el mercado que va a caer, esto yo no lo incluyo en eso. No tengo ni puta idea si esto va a ajustar igual que no, pero lo que sí ha hecho es ajustado cada vez que el mercado baja. No dramáticamente, pero lo ha hecho. Por ejemplo, el de los aranceles fue una bajada de 43% para después tener una ganancia de 124%, muy a la Tesla, bastante interesante, pero Nvidia continúa arriba. Ahora, lo que estamos viendo en la trimestral es simplemente una tendencia alcista, volatilidad está contrayendo en este momento. En esta tendencia alcista, estás haciendo bajos, bajos más altos y estás haciendo altos, altos más altos. Después de altos y altos más altos, que continúa un bajo más alto, pero recuerda, a esta cosa le gusta ir simplemente en parabólica. Entonces vamos a poner esto rapidísimo y darnos cuenta dónde estamos parados en el HPDR. Nuestra media y nuestro promedio del 9 están en los 130 y tenemos mucha más probabilidad de venir a la parte alta de la zona azul, que son los 230, a bajar una vez más a los 136 primero, ¿no? O sea, simplemente por la distancia que lleva, por dónde viene. Lo que sí es que viene de la parte alta del 100% cayendo. Ya cayó, tocó el promedio del 9 y volvió a rebotar. Esto lo subió casi al 50%, el 61.8% y ahora viene cayendo. Entonces vamos a poner atención a esa caída. No sé por qué la hablé así. Ok, ahora aquí estamos por encima de la zona azul en la mensual, entre el 61.8% y el 50%. Arriba de 190 deberíamos de venir a los 210 e ir a buscar estos 218. Por debajo de 175, deberíamos venir a retestear esta zona, la zona de los 162. A ese punto estarías haciendo un bajo más bajo que el pasado, y esto nos pondría a preguntarnos si esta estructura se rompió y vamos a continuar a la baja. Entonces, nivel crítico a aguantar 162, yo diría que este mínimo más bien en los 164, vamos a ponerle. Por ahora, continuamos por encima con volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida y continuamos, ¿no? Entonces, por ahora la volatilidad en la mensual continúa empujando a la alza. Algo que sacó Alex, que se sacó del culo y estuvo muy interesante fue, puso una tabla de 27 días. Y la tabla de 27 días está apenas haciendo un setup de volatilidad. Lo pueden ver acá. Es literalmente esto y esto parece estar a la alza. Vamos a descubrirlo más rápido que no. Ahora, esto es muy parecido a la mensual, muy interesante. Es como un adelanto por 5 días. Esto nos debería llevar a los 214, que poder romper los 214, deberíamos ir a los 226 hasta los 250. Pueden ver que la línea meme, el precio prometido está en los 218, estamos en 183, con un máximo histórico por ahí de los $195. Sí se puede, como dirían en el Mundial. Y después no se puede, pero esto no es México, damas y caballeros de la selección mexicana. Esto es tablas financieros y aparte es Nvidia, por lo que sí puede. No, está bien es hablar mierda de la selección. No sé nada de fútbol, soccer, no se crean, los estoy chingando nada más. Ante esta caída de volatilidad, recuerden, la expansión fue toda esta subida, lo que nos dice que está preparando otro movimiento. Tenemos una vela topera acá, bastante fácil de identificar en la de 2 semanas. Faltan todavía a este fin de semana. Y yo digo que esto va a ser tu manera más sencilla de entender dónde estás parado. Si cierras por debajo de $180 de aquí a este fin de semana, se confirmaría la vela topera y empezaría a buscar objetivos a la baja. Pero de poder cerrar por encima de los $180, va a ser mucho más alcista que bajista. Ya veniste a retestear la media que está en los 190 y de poder romper la media en los 190 te debería llevar, la línea meme coincide con la parte alta de la zona azul, interesante, a esos 218. Eso es en la de 2 semanas con volatilidad contrayendo. Semanal. Semanal, tenemos periodos de nula volatilidad, está preparando un setup de volatilidad de no mames, por ahora está por encima del promedio del 5, está por encima del promedio del 9, está por encima de la media y deberíamos tener más probabilidad de buscar los $191. Si podemos romper los $191, vamos a la zona azul, no, la parte alta en el 61.8%. En los 203, perdón, son como 99.9, la estación. No sé cuál era la que era la estación, pero era un pedo así cuando yo era chiquito. Cuando los dinosaurios todavía caminaban en la Tierra, damas y caballeros. Por ahora, esto sigue siendo más alcista que bajista. Pueden ver que esta vela topera semanal nos hizo una jugada a la siguiente donde no cerró por debajo de la vela topera. Y es por eso que les digo, por debajo de ¿cuánto era en la otra vela topera? 180 también. Por debajo de 180, esto, espérenme, no me voy a quedar así. No me voy a quedar así, brother. Ah, sí, 180, güey. Sí, abajo de 180, también confirmas esta vela topera semanal, mensual, digo, de 2 semanas, y pues eso empieza a verse mal. Pero por ahora continúa siendo alcista y tenemos más probabilidades de venir a estos 191 y de ahí a los 203. Déjenme ver la de 2 días, que la de 2 días en Nvidia es bastante buena. Tiene también ceros de volatilidad a punto bueno, no a punto de darse, pero bastante baja. Después de haber dado todos estos periodos de nula volatilidad, hizo esta gatada, por supuesto. Y esto es por lo que les digo, no puedes nada más cerrar los ojos ya que veas que volatilidad expande, tienes que continuar monitoreando el timeline del que estés viendo, porque hace estas gatadas todo el tiempo. Volatilidad contrayendo, estamos por encima, estamos entrando en la zona azul, nos aguantó el promedio del 21, rompemos la zona azul, donde tenemos el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en los 184. Esto la pone fácil. Después de romper los 184.10 a la alza, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 190, justamente acá en esta media. Y ya de ahí, la parte alta de la zona azul que se encuentra en los 201. Nvidia tiene cara que ver a los 200, básicamente. Diaria, tienes volatilidad a punto de expandir, está por encima del promedio, está en 14.29 a 0.7% de poder expandir. También tienes tu promedio del 9 justamente donde te está rechazando en los 184. Después romper los 184 y después los 187, vendrías a la media en los 195 y de ahí a buscar máximos históricos en los 202. Y puesto sencillito para todos ustedes en Nvidia, tíos. Bastante fácil. Pueden ver que estamos en esta tendencia alcista. La tocamos una vez en 5 de septiembre. La tocamos otra vez el 17 de septiembre. Venimos a tocarla por acá. Si esto fue el S&P, debería de poder llevarse este máximo por acá en los 195. Debería de, como mínimo, yo diría los 190. Por ahí de los 191 es donde vas a tener problemas. El primer objetivo, si eres alcista, rompe 185 en cierres diarios. De 185 te debería de llevar a 191. Si rompe 191 y si empieza a cerrar diario por encima, debería llevar arriba de los 200. Y ya de ahí puedes hacerte bolas con objetivos para arriba. ¿Qué nos cancelaría esto? Que esto se dé la vuelta, pierdas 181 a la baja y cerrando en los 181 dos velas, porque solamente cerraste una aquí abajo. Te pondría a cerrar por debajo de esta línea meme y eso te pondría en tendencia bajista y siguiente objetivo debería ser los 170. Pero por ahora tiene más cara de ser alcista que bajista dentro del rango y el rango es 185 a 191, 191 a 200, 200 hasta 208, 216 más o menos. Y por ahora perder simplemente los 181 sería la primera señal de que vas a 170. Y ahí lo tienen. Eso es lo que es Nvidia, damas y caballeros, como de que no. Ahora, alguien me está preguntando acá. Soy nuevo, tengo una última duda de la alerta en corto a Bitcoin. Aquí está el precio, pero el precio ya llevó otro movimiento. ¿Qué hago con esa información? Eh, pues sí, si el precio ya superó el stop loss, ¿no? Del corto, pues se acabó. Si ya viste que se terminó. Nos tenías olvidado, solo puedes agregar for. ¿Agregar for a qué? Solamente para entender, perdón, estoy leyendo rápido los comentarios. Ari Sutton, ¿puedes compartir el link de Discord? Compré el curso y no me han mandado el link. Nunca mandamos el link, pero esta es una buena idea. Les voy a mandar el enlace para que lo tengan. What's going on? Who's muted? Me? Hello?
No.
No, I could hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear you now.
Oh, it was probably
Okay.
the internet.
Yeah.
One
Chinese
second.
internet.
I'm just sharing some stuff with people right here on ETA.
Oh, perfect.
And then I'll get to you right now, Mr. Farhano. 1 second.
Yeah, the sound cut out for
Ready.
a second.
Say that again.
The sound cut off for a second, so I was seeing movement but not hearing anything.
Got it.
Isn't that usually how the cartoons are? No, that's Japanese. The cartoons are like that in Japanese, where you
They
see
get
them.
quiet.
Now you see their mouth moving, but like it's delayed and the way they
Oh,
talk.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh, because it's
I
double.
That joke.
that drives me nuts, by the way. My brain can't handle that.
Yeah, same.
Ari, te acabo de compartir el link del Discord. Está aquí en el chat que tenemos de ETA. Salo, no aparece el corto de Coinbase. ¿Qué avisó Farhan en ETA? Is there no short on Coinbase on the alerts?
There's a long posted, but not a short yet. I don't think.
Nope, there's a short posted.
Is there? Oh.
Yep. Let me see.
Someone's saying that they can't see it. You mind just checking for me, please?
I'm going on it now. Short 180, 181, stop loss 402. It's posted, and I even commented today saying I added. So it is active.
And there's a fresh Bitcoin one that just got posted as well.
October 13th. So you might need to go to page 2, maybe, and then you'll see it. But it is there. So
got it. Alrighty. Sí, ahí está el short de Nvidia también. Y la última, Salo, no me llegan las notificaciones, bla, bla, son los correos, tardan en llegar, Ramón lo está diciendo. Lo mejor que pueden hacer en este momento es suscríbanse en su Discord app a las notificaciones. Estamos poniendo cada que suben ellos, Farhan o Alex, un corto o un long, ponemos, acabamos de subir un nuevo corto o long en Discord. Y como está todo tan cerrado y hay pocas cosas, van a llegarles en putiza. Esa es un push notification a la verga. No hay nada más rápido que eso. Si te pierdes eso, te lo perdiste. Es lo que vamos a hacer. Y lo que voy a hacer ahora es a todos los miembros que están registrados, les voy a mandar un correo con instrucciones de cómo poder sacarle lo máximo a esto. Ahora que estoy viendo todas estas cosas. Así que gracias por sus notas, mis estimados. Mr. Farhano, we're ready to see nukes nuke. Well, not really.
Time para el nukes.
El tiempo.
El tiempo para el nukes. There goes my Spanish lesson for the day. All right, so on the 2-week, we are starting to get momentum, retesting this moving average now, rejecting and still remaining to the downside. And volatility is now approaching extreme lows. It's slightly above that 15% area. Given it's not really that much of importance. Basically, it's at extreme lows. We still have a buy signal on the jewel, but we do have a God mode background. We haven't switched into a sell or even a neutral just yet, but you do have the background of the God mode telling you that it should be a little cautious in the zone. And you are getting a rejection of the top 38.2%, which does give you probabilities of going to the bottom 38.2% as long as you do close below this area. And the bottom 38.2% is going to move whenever you do get the close. I'd like to see it move to wherever the 5 EMA currently is, right around that $65 zone. And as long as you are holding over that bottom 38.2% on a closing basis, you're more likely to make a higher low in that area and maybe consolidate a little bit and then make another attempt for wherever the top 38.2% is at that point, where we're going to have to see the ranges step up. That would be very constructive to see these ranges step up, because if you go on the monthly, you are well above your 100% range. The only reason why you're getting continuation is because you don't have any data at all. So I wouldn't trust these HPDR ranges in the monthly. That's why I started with the 2-week, because you don't have much data. But as long as you're holding over that bottom 38.2%, probabilities are you're just going to make a higher low and continue onwards. It's going to be something like this, with 38.2% caught up with price action like it did right here. You test the bottom 38.2%, and since you held it on a closing basis, you went up to new all-time highs after that, after a little bit of consolidation. After 6 weeks consolidation sideways, it went up to new all-time highs. Basically what I'm looking for here. As long as you're over within the 38.2%, you're likely just going to consolidate, make a higher low, and then bust on upwards to new all-time highs. I like to see nuclear energy doing well. Weekly is currently pointed up on momentum. Volatility is currently expanding, although you are forming some bearish divergence here between these points, because you do have significantly higher highs in price, whereas you do have a lower high on momentum, and that will confirm with any close below $68.94. And that'll give you an easy target of hitting the 9 EMA, which is going to rise with every single close. Right now it's sitting at around $66, $65. Very very beautiful area. And the jewel is still giving you a buy signal with hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out these previous lows while price is making a higher low. All this is very arguably played out considering you've moved all the way up, reclaimed your 9 EMA, and then also closed above your 38.2%. Very arguable that this divergence has played out, but we will confirm on the RSI. 5 days now forming pretty nice topping candle, nice shooting star dildo after taking out the previous all-time highs. Momentum is still pointing to the upside, getting into the bullish control zone. 5 days also forming bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $67.50. And the 5 days still has hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. 2 days. 2 days also confirming a top candle, telling you you're going to get somewhat of a pullback from here. Goes along with that 38.2% rejection. Momentum is now starting to flip down out of the bearish bullish control zone. Still above the moving average, however, and volatility is very close to going into a contraction phase. It's actually started to go into a contraction, but hasn't confirmed yet. Dropped below the moving average. And the jewel is now giving you a neutral signal, flipping down from the buy signal. But in the background, you do have the bullish cross with the pink above the yellow. This is going to be a little bit weaker because this is happening in the bullish control zone. Let's just mark it off and see what this does in the bullish control zone on this nukes. Oh, you don't have another one. That's unfortunate. So we won't be able to do that. Let's go down. Oh, if you were to get targets at the downside, that would be somewhere around your 38.2%. And I'm not looking at this 38.2% because we are getting a bounce now with the bearish divergence forming. So I would be looking at this bottom 38.2%, which aligns with your 21 EMA. And that's at, oh, what do you know, $65. Daily is now flipped to the downside with volatility at almost 0%, starting to tick back up from that 0% area. And the jewel is already giving, or very close to, no, actually it's pink has dropped below, ever so slightly below. It's like a ball sack here below that yellow. So now you haven't closed just yet, but you are getting the starting of a pretty major sell signal. The pink dropping below the yellow, dark blue dropping below everything else within the bullish control zone. I'm pretty sure we have enough data for the daily. So let's mark this off. Right over here where it crossed. Find another example. We got one right there. Let's move up here. One right there. Move it slightly. Move it to the neutral. And see if we have that one right there. And we'll call it with this one. Let's see. Nice dumpskis. In 2 candles, we went down 5.67%. Nice. I like it when they play out quickly. This one was a bigger dumpski. This was about 22.7%. This one. About 3.5%. This one. 7.4%. 9.8%. And this one, current one, about 2.5. Let's take it about 3.5 or 5.5, 5.5. That brings us to about $67, slightly above that $65 area. Bring it 9 to 10%. Which is very close to our 55, somewhere between 64, 60. 10% is around $64, right at that 55 EMA. Now let's do the more extreme one, about 22. Let's call it a 20 to be conservative. Brings us to about 56, $57. Let's see if that number comes back up. Currently on the daily, you are losing the median, which would give you probabilities of coming to your bottom 38.2%. I would be looking slightly lower based off of the 21. The loss of the 90 EMA taking you to the 21. That'd be about like $68. Let's go 4 hour. 4 hours currently trying to tick back up out of the bearish control zone. However, it's still below that moving average. Volatility is now going into a contraction phase, so likely you're going to make a lower high off of this bounce, which would be somewhere around this median. If you do continue to see a bounce, which should be about like $72, telling you as long as you are trading below that $72 area median on the 4 hour, probabilities are you're going to continue going a little bit lower before you find your confirmed higher low in the higher time frames and this has ended up to new all-time highs. but that also tells you that once you close a 4 hour above that median, right now it's at about 72.31, likely you're going to go to new all-time highs. And to get a target for your next all-time high off the closure of the median, I would be looking at this 88.3%, which right now is just below $78 at $77.90. These are very small moves. He's going to the RSI. Nukes. Nukes is not nuking. Oops, there's no E. What the hell? There we go. Still has hidden bullish divergence, although it's very arguable this is played out because you have gone up how much since the divergence confirmed? Like 70%, and you're already well within the critical zone. 2 week or weekly, nothing here. You are forming bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $68.94. And your target would be the bullish control zone, which right now is at about $65.95. Next level is at about $59. Very, very close to that $56, $57 area. 5 days well, it's forming bearish divergence. 3-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be invalidated with any close below 68.94. You're already in the critical zone. Your support level would be somewhere around the simple moving average, which is at, oh, $65. Nice. Next level is, oh, nice, 57. Only an $8 difference. 2 days invalidating the bearish divergence. And although this is likely going to give support somewhere around this simple moving average to the edge of the bullish control zone, that gives you a range between $69 and $65. Very nice areas. Daily currently has 4 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $71.78. And your next target on the bearish divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which sits at, oh, $65.04. Why is my computer charging? Oh, well. 4 hours now forming a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close over $70.40. Your next target on the divergence is going to be somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. And that right now sits at $72 to $73. That lines up with the 4-hour median. 2 hour currently has active hidden bullish divergence also. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $69.54, a very nice number. And your next target on the divergence is going to be somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average. And that puts you between about 71.58 and the neutral zone, the simple moving average is 72. So very close to that 4-hour median. Let's go into momentum. Monthly momentum is pointing to the upside, and it will remain pointed up as long as you're closing over $66. Very nice. I like to see it in that $65, $66 zone. So a move to the downside will just be testing the monthly pivot. 2 week is currently flipped down with volatility contraction, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $70.66. Weekly is currently also flipped to the downside with bearish divergence confirmed and volatility expansion, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 73.43. Oh, that 4-hour pivot, 4-hour median, $73. 5 day also, 5 days currently flipped up, but it will flip down in about 3.5 hours as long as you're closing below 72.45. And that will also confirm bearish divergence on the 5 day because you are making a lower high while price is making a higher high. 2 days flip to the downside, volatility is contracting, telling you likely you're going to make a higher low, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 73.45. Oh, also $73. Nice. Daily flip to the downside. Daily also has bearish divergence. Volatility is contracting, some opium for a higher low, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 72.88, also around $73. 4 hour is flipped to the downside with possible hidden bullish divergence, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 72.38. Flipping this back up will confirm that hidden bullish divergence, taking you up to about $73. 2 hours very close to flipping back up with volatility contraction, and it will flip back up as long as you close over about $70.78. This gives you a slight move higher to about like $73, maybe $74, but as long as you're closing below $73.50, pressure is still to the downside. So on the high time frames, this is still pointed up. It's getting some major busting action, but you're reaching very extreme areas. High probability of a pullback in the zone, especially since you're rejecting that top 38.2% on the 2-week. You're putting in bearish divergence, which is already confirmed on the weekly. On the stochastic, 5 days about to confirm that bearish divergence in about 3.5 hours. You're getting momentum to the downside on your medium-term time frames, but the lower ones are flipping close to flipping back up. 2 hours flipping back up on the HPDR momentum. You're already flipping back up, targeting somewhere around that 4-hour median, around like $72, $73. And as long as you're closing 4 hours below about 73.50, very likely that move to the upside is just going to be a bearish retest before moving to lower from there. And the target would be somewhere around $65 to $66. But as long as you are closing on a daily basis above $65, high probability you're just going to make a higher low somewhere in that zone, and then continue while the HPDR ranges step up, and then continue to new all-time highs from there. If you were to lose $65, your next zone is about $8 lower, about $56, $57. And from there, there's still a high probability based off of the higher time frames. You are going to grind out some type of higher low from there and then continue on to new all-time highs. The invalidation will be either a tick below about 50, I wouldn't use that one. I'd use this one. About $54 or a weekly close below 57 bucks. Either one of those two things likely going to come down and test this 55 at that point, somewhere around like not even that much lower, like 50 bucks. And on the high time frames, this would be the area where in the last, like, if we do come down to test this area, I do think there's high probability this will get bought up, whether we're bullish or bearish. Even if we're going to break down, I think you'll get a major bounce from the zone to at the very least tap this 21. But personally, I think when we come down to this area, I don't even think we're going to come down to this area, but if we do, I think we're going to run to all-time highs from there, just based off of the look on the monthly. It just looks very, very bullish on the higher time frames.
Yes, he does. Thank you so much, senor. Oracle's next. Mr. Larry Ellison's pussy is next. I'm sorry, TikTok. TikTok is next. Ok, esto es NUX. Esto es una Range Nuclear Renaissance Index. Esto tiene que ver con reactores nucleares. Más o menos me imagino que esto tiene que ver con lo que es OCLO. Así que bastante alcista. Esto salió al mercado justamente en enero del 2024. Esto quiere decir que apenas tiene casi 2 años de haber nacido, ¿no? Y cada que tenemos una expansión de volatilidad, ¡pum!, golpe para arriba, ¡pum!, golpe para abajo, una y una, ¡pum!, golpe para arriba, y ante contracción subió, y después ante expansión subió, y continúa subiendo, sobre todo si lo estamos viendo en la semanal. Vienes del punto más bajo de la tabla en volatilidad y continúas impulsado a la alza. Tienes una vela topera, por supuesto tienes en realidad 2, pero siempre y cuando no cierres por debajo de $68, deberías de poder continuar a la alza. Ahora, viéndolo en la mensual, algo que quieren ver es, estamos en extremos por acá, pero recuerden, como a muchas acciones de este estilo, puede pintar 7 extremos, como lo hace OCLO, por ejemplo, y no pasa nada. Les voy a poner el HPDR solamente por caprichito. Pueden ver que estamos muy por encima del 100%, y eso me dice que tal vez tenemos que corregir un poco. Estamos cotizando en $70. 2 semanas nos pone con este también rechazo del 38.2%, que si lo vemos en la mensual, esto es básicamente el 100%, y eso nos dice que podríamos regresar a los 70, que es lo que ya hicimos, o de perder los 70, podríamos ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los $64. De no aguantar, está el promedio del 9 en los 61, que va a llegar al 50%, básicamente a los $62. Esto simplemente sería después de un bajo más alto y dar continuación. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la semanal, viéndose para arriba, pero tienes divergencias bajistas. Lo único que tienes que hacer es poder cerrar por encima de esta zona en los 67 para tener esa deliciosa y sabrosa continuación, y definitivamente no perder estos $64, porque si no, esto te debería llevar a la media en los 62 o hasta los $59. Eso sería siendo un bajo más alto para dar continuación, para que lo sepas. 2 días, volatilidad está contrayendo. Puedes ver que veniste al 78.6%, ya veniste a tocar la parte baja de la zona azul. Y aquí es donde debería de aguantar, honestamente. Si aguanta esta parte baja de la zona azul en los $69, nice, deberías de poder dar continuación a la alza. Y sobre todo, este es un gráfico de 2 días. Faltan 3 horas y 31 minutos para cerrar. Con que cierres como estás, vas a tener más probabilidades de regresar a los 70 y por encima de los 70, siempre y cuando no pierdas Una vez más, los $69. Diaria, puedes ver que está aguantando el promedio del 9 justamente en los 70. Nuestra media está en los 70, 71, un par de centavos por encima. El 5 es lo que nos está rechazando en este momento. Hemos estado mucho por debajo del 5. Le gusta tripear por debajo del 5, pero no tanto del 9. Y aquí es justamente lo que estamos viendo. Esto podría ser efectivamente donde encuentre después de este máximo, este mínimo, para ir a hacer un alto más alto por acá en el 88.3%. Así que puesto sencillo, damas y caballeros, ahí les va. Voy a meter en la de 12 horas para poder romper esto un poco más y poder darles este nivel, ¿ok? Ahí está, tal cual. Es literalmente lo que dijimos en voz alta, no tengo que romperme la cabeza acá. Este es tu nuevo rango. Arriba de 74.28 rompes máximos históricos y aquí es donde tienes tu zona de fricción. Voy a poner esto y lo voy a hacer así. ¿Ok? Zona de fricción es 71.56. Empiezas a cerrar por encima de acá, vas a tu parte alta del rango y como hiciste un bajo más alto, que continúa un alto más alto y esto te debería llevar a altos históricos. De perder esta zona en los 69, puedes tranquilamente caer a este siguiente punto de soporte en los 65. Lo que no quieres perder son los 64, porque si los pierdes, eso te llevaría hasta los 60. Y aquí, una vez más, podría ser un bajo más alto en tendencia más alta, sobre todo cuando volteas a ver la semanal. Puedes ver que nunca has venido ni a tocarlo. Este es tu mínimo máximo. Pero no sea tanto, o sea, esta es la única vez que jugó de un rango a otro. Acá puedes ver que son movimientos pequeños dentro del rango. Para ser bajista, lo primero que tienes que ver son 69, perderse, luego 64, llegar a los 60. Si eres alcista y lo que quieres es continuar, quieres romper los 71.56 primero y después el máximo histórico para ir a hacer otro nuevo máximo histórico. Es así de sencillo. Tiene cara de que va a corregir o que está corrigiendo en la diaria y tenemos que ver dónde se detiene. Si no es que la semanal por más que se tarde un poco más y perder esta zona en los 69 que te llevas esta vela topera, cierre por debajo, sería malo. ¿Qué nos haría pensar que esto no va a ir a nuevos máximos históricos y que todo se frió? Si empiezas a ver cierres por debajo de 57 y $54. Abajo de 57 y $54, esto va a corregir mucho más antes de hacer un máximo histórico. Pero por ahora se ve bastante sencillo, honestamente. All right, Mr. Alex, we're looking at the base of the coin.
Let's see here. Is it very based? Let's see.
Oh.
That was forced. Anyways, let's go to the weekly on this. You know, new week. It's fresh, feeling good. But what are we actually looking at? Well, for me, I mean, Coinbase was really holding 300 pretty well. We identified that as, you know, an easy long potentially just based on that weekly 21 and also that 300 psychological number. We moved up, it was pretty nice. But see, this is where it becomes tricky, that 380 region. Below it really does just mean you're going to start moving down to that 331. Above it gives you all-time high potential. So it's a big spot. We got the bounce up. The Academy closed the longs here, or you should have at least trimmed some. I'm pretty sure it even ran a TP2, possibly a TP3. And then we scaled shorts in this region. To me, shorts in this region made a lot of sense. And simply watching this wick high, right? Because if we're going to play the deviation play, which is what I was looking at, then ideally this high holds, and anywhere into here is just adds or a short zone. And that's why the Academy is currently short. And something to notice, you know, while we're moving down, volatility is contracting, telling you if bears do get control, which is an easy gauge to know where they'll gain control, just simply take out $300. This can go a lot much lower, a lot, very much, well, scrambling my words, it can go very much, it can go a lot lower than it is. There it is. It's the Mexico water, maybe a little bit of wine. No, I'm just kidding. And so for me, we have to be very cautious here. No, I'm actually not kidding. we have to be cautious here. Anytime you get near an all-time high, it is just a spot you need to gauge. Now, Coinbase, we understand it can really be bullish for short term, but then really, like, once bears take control, it really can just get hammered. And that's what we don't want to be in, which is in a hammering scenario while we're bullish. For me, it's very easy to understand when this is going to break down. And it's just simply based on, well, if you start rejecting here, it'll start looking like potentially a lower high. To confirm that, you need to break this $300 region. If you break this $300 region, you've taken out all the lows. Bulls have been using that spot as, an area of risk. It's worked out well. And then at that point, you really would have to just consider the SMA 200 being the next spot. And that should be a big spot. It's right around that $265 region. You're potentially breaking back within this range. And that could give you an argument to maybe consolidate a bit. So for me, really, I'm not bullish on Coinbase. Can quickly turn bullish like today if we get back above the daily 9. So just simply get back above 347, hold that, start moving up towards 380. Does that make me bullish? No. That could just give another short in this region until we take out actually October 10th wick high. I'm going to be bearish and looking at any move up to the top side of this range as resistance in an opportunity zone. And you would be gauging that on a weekly deviation, maybe a lower high to then a rollover. Perfectly fine. But this perspective just keeps you in check. Really, we're not that bullish here. And bulls have to do a lot of work in order to take back control. That's all very, very good points when you have a weekly volatility setup brewing. And mind you, you don't have many of these on Coinbase. So you had one in 2023. Upside. 2024. Downside. It was brutal. Started to move down and then bulls took control. So it started as a bearish move. Let's just see what it started off. How big it would move down. Oh, wow. So you went down 29%. And then volatility was still firing off, but bulls took control here. Going up 86%. Really, Coinbase is volatile. It can move crazy. For example, look at this just one weekly candle. It's almost 16% 1 week. And did it stop there? No. Gave you the sell trigger, took you to the EMA 100, lost it, rejected, SMA 200. It does trade pretty clean, considering how volatile it is when it wants to. And so if we're on the camp that, well, we're at a tricky spot on Bitcoin, potentially a top is formed, potentially, we don't know, at least locally, then you do have to really consider what we have here is a massive monthly topping candle, potentially evening star. If this flips red, shooting star, which is an easy monthly price divergence. Was this the lower high potentially? Only way to confirm that is just taking out $300 for me. If you just come here, you've potentially now in a monthly downtrend. Confirmation too of bears in control will be the monthly 9 getting lost.
The Coinbase chart is also dead, by the way. Oh no, it's moving.
Oh,
sorry, I thought it wasn't moving.
No, it is.
Yeah,
just Coinbase.
Sorry.
No, all good. Just Coinbase, AWS. Totally forgot about that. So that was funny. I really do think today's the spot. Like, we really should, if we're going to be bearish, see bears pick up here and actually get a sell-off before the daily closes. I'm really going to be on that camp. Could very well be wrong, and that's okay. If I'm wrong, it doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means we're going to get another short zone here. Really can just tighten our risk, and we simply can add more size. I like these setups. These are nice. You also, could be having like a head and shoulders here potentially. So just be very aware. You have a lot of bearish things on this chart. Yes, you're potentially breaking back within this range, 380 being resistance, 334 being support. But do we count that as really confirmed on just a pump here and then really no confirmation, no retest of 334? No, You need more data. So if you get like daily 9 reclaim, consolidation, 2 to 3 closures above, holding, yeah, argument then to squeeze up. This doesn't mean we're so back. Only way to become so back is just taking out October 10th high. Once that does occur, I do think Coinbase can easily come up to the all-time high with ease. But if we know that this zone is really what's separating us from an all-time high, you would consider bears really to step in here. If not today, really honestly. Let's see if anything else could show us anything.
I think our charts are different. Let me show you my Coinbase chart. Or
Sure.
I don't know if I'm looking at something different. Farhan, can you please tell me which one you're seeing? Go in your daily.
Yep. Do that.
And now look at your 9. You're above it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this. Mine's a rejection.
That's weird. Mine's above it.
We all have, we all have premium. So that's interesting. Because I would think premium, maybe you don't have the full candle length, but this chart's only been around since 2021.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. This isn't CME, so you wouldn't need that package.
You're right.
That's really weird. Okay, sorry. I was trying to figure out what the fuck.
It's
That's why I thought the chart was dead.
no, it's an EMA. Yeah, EMA 9. Yeah, that's odd. Could just be glitching. I have no idea. That's a little strange. Because that's a big difference. That's a big difference. You either have a daily 9 rejection or a reclaim potentially.
Because you're fully below. Like you'd fully like in mine, he'd already rejected you basically.
Yeah, like right here, and it's good to go down.
353. Yeah.
You'll have to see. But for my chart, this just is a really good perspective on the daily. You can just see where we're at. Are you going to reclaim back above this range? Hold above the moving averages, give bulls a chance to reach 380? Or is this just going to be, weekend illusions leading to a sell-off before New York closes? I'm more on that camp, just simply based on what I see on Bitcoin and Nvidia. But again, can quickly flip-flop here, and it will not change anything with the Academy shorts because we have a stop loss of like 403. And the entry, can't really remember what the entry, no, it is at 380. Oh yeah, I remember this now. Because we shorted here, and then I was very mindful that here we could just reject the daily 9. And I alerted the Academy in Discord. You did. You ended up dumping 13% from there. So actually, if it does end up giving this squeeze scenario, this actually will just trigger the actual Academy long. And people did front run it and shorted this 9.
Oh. Don't worry, Farhan. You are good. It's just
Okay, I was scared for a second.
No. I turned around and I looked at the screen and I saw you blink. I was like, okay, good. Good, we're good.
It's not the Chinese connection this time.
Say that again?
Not the Chinese connection this time.
No, exactly. Which is very weird, but also it's
By the way, China has the best internet connection in the world. God bless China.
That's like me. I've gotten paid by a lot of Chinese companies, which are directly funded by the government, a lot. And everyone on anything that I do is bashing China. And I'm like, no.
I get the same thing.
Now that you're there, you feel the same. Oh my God. I'll give Alex 2 seconds. And if not, I'll finish this. I know where he was going with it. And then we'll jump into Oracle. Oracle. That sounds like a Mexican.
I read your oracle.
ORCL. Is that it? Hang on. Here's Alex. There you go. Welcome back, sir.
And we're back. This is why I pay a lot of money for my hotspot because I guess the hotel internet cut out.
Hey, buddy, you've been online for more than 20 minutes and we cannot afford the bandwidth. Okay.
More like
we weren't expecting you to live stream.
Yeah, literally. I'm expecting to get a call or something like
You're
that.
about to
You've used too
bankrupt
much
that
data.
hotel.
It's not even that good.
Oh, sorry. Go
They're gonna
on.
take me on a walk. Next thing you know.
Exactly. Do
So yeah,
not
I mean
go.
that's it. Really, the perspective is. Yeah, no, I'm not going on any walks. No walks. And walking in front of me. I'm not walking in front of no one. No, but yeah, that's it. Coinbase is very bearish. You do need to be cautious here. Visually, you can just see, bears are gonna try to solidify a top here. While bulls are just doing what they've always done, just trapping shorts anytime evening star down to a new high. We do have legitimate concerns though. This is a massive topping candle on the bi-monthly, and yeah, you rallied up to the 380, but 11 days to go really could still get sour here. You would expect, honestly, bears to start rejecting this 2-month down, flipping it red, really would start solidifying this massive shooting star. So you do have concerns of this being topped for sure. Don't think it's crazy to talk about. And it's all just dependent on 380. You reclaim 380, cool. The music starts again. We're so back. We're so happy. Till then, watch for a move to 300. Be very aware if we hit 300. Not confident that's going to hold just based on all the stop losses, risk that's set right there for bulls. And rather, I'd be wanting to see a move to 260 to maybe all the way down to that 230 that we talked about. That 230 is a big zone. You broke out from there. That's what started this rally. You've never gotten a throwback. And also, mind you, anytime you break out, you do go in for the throwback there. You just don't hold it. So maybe this will be different. Maybe you will get that big pullback, but that pullback just leads to a macro higher low potentially. So, because really what occurred in April was a massive trend shift. We did say the only thing at that point was just to take the high out. They both sustained that higher low question mark, lower high question mark. That's why it's just still a concern here. It could be in an uptrend, could be in a macro downtrend bear market. Use 300 as your gauge for that. That'll really help you. And luckily for you, the last major lower high or higher low was there, higher low potential. So if this was the lower high, you would expect August low to get taken out. So again, daily, base it on that. Watch the daily 9. This should ideally start rejecting before the close. And if it doesn't, and you get back above $347, I'll look at that as potentially the first signs of testing 380, which should ideally reject and be a super easy short for anyone that's just been waiting on that ETA signal. Some did front run it. That's perfectly okay. But I'm looking for something like this. This is, very nice, good risk to reward here, and very logical. And I know we can get nice reactions down from this region. That's, nothing too absurd. That's what I got.
Thank you, sir.
Hopefully my
Celsius would
hotspot
be
works
next
too.
for you.
Because I pay $100 a month for this hotspot, and Celsius, perfect.
Perfecto. Thank God for that fucking hotspot. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey.
Since we just went to Asia, we're getting the Asian treatment. One second, boys. I'm reading an offer I just got, and I'm not doing it.
We need you to film 10 videos for us, and we'll give you a pack of gum and a firm handshake.
That's all the deals I get. Belen, by the way, Belen makes more money than me doing collabs. Vinny has been making more money than me doing like sponsored posts because I swear to God, because brands want you to post every day. And when I say post every day, it's not like you about the brand. They're like, no, he should be posting every day and then we'll hire him. But the number that you're going to get, if I post every day or not, is going to be the same. I'm giving you a minimum of, let's say, 500,000 views, probably an average top of like 1 million views. So whether I post every day or not, you're going to get that. They're like, nope, I want to see you post every day. This is when you know that it's wrong in society. So they can suck my dick. I don't need to post every day. I don't fucking care.
They can
So I
gobble
get
the chorizo.
So the offers that I get are terrible, are exactly like you were saying. Hey, come do all of this and we'll give you $2 if that. and then you should lick our balls in public.
By the way, parking is $3.
Yeah, it's basically that. But I'd rather have my life without this bullshit social media, even if I'm not making an extra 100 G's a month. I'm good. I'm good. Let's do this. Coinbase, la base de las monedas coin, ¿no? De güeyes, de las criptos, no de las monedas coin. Hey, es la nueva manera en la que yo lo digo, ¿ok? Algo raro hay en mi tabla, donde yo tengo el promedio del 9 aquí arriba y nos está rechazando. No tengo idea por qué, en lo que la tabla de Farhan y la de Alex lo tienen aquí abajo y estamos por encima, que es donde está el 21. Voy a empezar con no la trimestral, la mensual, porque no mames, no hay trimestral en Coinbase. Pueden ver que hemos visto esta consolidación. Esto es una consolidación bastante alcista y les dije, nuestro siguiente objetivo en Coinbase, una vez que rompamos acá arriba, van a ser $650. Pero por ahora, lo que estamos haciendo es rechazando. Tenemos una vela topera, tuviste confirmación instantánea y ahora lo que tienes es simplemente otro movimiento más o menos estilo en mi opinión, donde pegas para arriba y vas a probablemente, a comértela a los 318, comértela a los 300, que es lo mínimo que debería de ocurrir. Pueden notar algo rápido en esta tabla mensual. Cada vez que rompemos esta línea, máximo histórico. Máximo histórico. Y ahora estamos acá aguantando. Cada que pierdes esta línea, ¿no? Buenas correcciones, diría el buen tío Salo. No tiene que ser bueno, ¿no? Un hijo de puta el tío Salo, pero el tío Salo es lo que diría. Me gustaría que mis maestras de la secundaria vieran estos videos para que sepan que estaban todas correcto en todo lo que pensaban de mí. Le dieron a todo. Perdón. Ok. Coinbase tuvo su máximo histórico justamente cuando salió en abril del 2021. Desde entonces el segundo lo hizo en noviembre, pero no fue un segundo máximo, fue un alto más bajo. Lo pueden ver acá. Ahora, algo que me llama la atención es esto. MSTR. ¿Por qué nadie me está pidiendo? ¿Por qué nadie me está pidiendo strategy? MicroStrategy. Que MicroStrategy había hecho su máximo histórico en noviembre del 2024 y ahora está aquí abajo. MicroStrategy no volvió a hacer un alto histórico en el 2025. Esto fue lo que pasó en el 2021. En febrero del 2021, MicroStrategy hizo el tope. Y luego en noviembre, no, ¿dónde está? Marzo, abril, bla, 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 junio, julio, agosto, octubre, noviembre, hizo básicamente este alto, ¿no? Entonces, si yo fuera a poner esto acá, lo que esperaría es que mínimo viniera otra vez bueno, ya puede que lo haya hecho con esta vela y con esta, acá. Pero una vez que no lograste pasar esto en MicroStrategy, fue cuestión de tiempo antes de que el mercado cayera. Ahora, una vez más, febrero del 2021 le dio ¿cuántos meses? Hasta noviembre. 10 meses. ¿Cuántos meses llevamos acá? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No sé. No sé por qué no nos piden esto si están viendo, si son amantes de cripto y pueden ver lo siguiente. En todo este rally, y perdón que esto se vuelva MicroStrategy en vez de Oracle, ¿ok? Digo, de Coinbase en un segundo. Pero tiene que ver, aunque no lo crean. Una vez que retomamos el promedio del 9, lo trepamos y no hemos tenido un solo cierre mensual por debajo. Este no fue por debajo, este fue por arriba. Este fue el único cierre mensual por debajo. No, del promedio del 5, no del 9. Olvídalo. No has tenido un solo cierre hasta este rally, hasta acá, agosto del 2025. Y ahora, ¿cuántos meses llevas debajo del promedio del 9? Este va a ser el tercero. Si cierras esto en MicroStrategy por debajo del promedio del 9, no entiendo qué otra confirmación va a necesitar la gente para entender que esto ya se cocinó. Y además esta no es una vela topera, es un doji más o menos, pero puede ser considerada topera, depende, pero tienes instantánea validación de ella. ¿Ok? Solamente para que lo tengamos presente. Coinbase en este momento, ¿qué está haciendo? Coinbase, como les digo, por encima de esta línea, en los 343, tiene más chances de venir a la parte alta y ir a hacer un máximo histórico. Pero si estamos viendo cómo está funcionando MicroStrategy, estamos viendo que Bitcoin ya hizo un máximo histórico y que, pues bueno, vieron esta tremenda caída que tuvo Bitcoin, ¿no? De el alto en octubre 10 hasta donde se fue a los 103. Tiene que recuperar todo eso Bitcoin básicamente para que esté todo de vuelta y que todo el mundo esté contento. Coinbase más o menos es la que va atrás de todas. Coinbase todavía se ve más alcista que las demás. Ahora, esto puede relacionarse a su stablecoin y todo lo demás, pero esta ha sido una acción que ha continuado y seguido perfectamente a cripto. Puedes ver que esta es la de octubre, ¿ok? Voy a poner el HPDR en chinga, pero primero déjenme ver esto, donde tenemos volatilidad de haber expandido acá. Y esta expansión, ¿a dónde nos la dio? No fue esta, es esta. Y esta expansión nos la dio para arriba. Esa expansión se está acabando y ahora volatilidad está por debajo del promedio. Una vez más, lo que estamos viendo un poco en la volatilidad de Bitcoin trimestral. ¿Ok? Perdón, me acabo de comer mi yogurt. Y eso de la volatilidad contrayendo al mismo tiempo que estamos viendo esto, pues saben lo que significa. Volatilidad contrayendo acá nos tiró desde el principio. Fue de acá, acá, hasta acá, tío. Parece que subió más y sí lo hizo, pero cayó. Ahora esta volatilidad no viene de tan alto. Entonces, ojo por acá en la mensual. Vamos a ver cómo se ve el HPDR mensual para ver si nos justifica un poco lo que estamos diciendo. Sí, ya llegaste al 78.6%. A esto le gusta ir al 100%, pero en el mercado alcista. Y ya lo hiciste todo el 2024, el 2023, 2024. Y de nuevo, el HPDR mensual no es lo mejor que seguir, pero lo estamos viendo de todas maneras. 284 sería mi siguiente objetivo para todos ustedes, más o menos los 300, al igual que lo que dijo Alex, ya ahora entiendo el por qué. Denme 30 minutos para que esta tabla en la de 2 semanas enseñe y cargue. ¿Se apagó mi internet? ¿O qué pedo? Ninguna de mis tablas están moviéndose. Denme 30 minutos. Ahí está. ¿Se están moviendo mis tablas o no? I think the internet is the AWS problem is getting worse. Like none of my charts are moving. Are yours moving?
It's Oracle is, well, I'm on the quarterly, so it's not moving there. Let me go to the hourly. Yeah, it's moving on here.
Now these are alive again. It seems to be intermittent, right? Like it's not really just doing it fluidly.
Yeah, like cutting out here and there. I hope
Yeah.
StreamYard is not on AWS.
Oh, don't say that, dude. Don't
That'd be
say it right
wonderful.
now.
Did I
It
just jinx
probably
us?
is. Hang on, let me ask Google. Is StreamYard hosted on AWS? 1 second. Yes, StreamYard's infrastructure is hosted
Wonderful.
on AWS.
Ay, Dios mío.
Fuck. Okay. I'll finish Coinbase so we can fucking
Mierda.
Bastante sencillo, pueden ver la zona azul aquí abajo, arriba de los 200, 380, es lo que necesitas para ser alcista. Cerrar por encima de los 380 para poder dar continuación a la alza. Volatilidad está contrayendo el punto más bajo, lo mismo está pasando en la semanal, lo que nos dice, viene uno de los movimientos más fuertes en la acción de Coinbase posibles. Lo primero que verías si eres bajista, pierdes los 337, de perder los 337, deberías de ir a los, básicamente, a la media por ahí de los $300, exacto. 2 días, volatilidad contrayendo, está literalmente pompeando, alto, bajo, bajo más alto que los demás, alto más bajo que los demás, y ahora tienes este bajo, que es lo que intentas solidificar, pero te está rechazando el promedio del 9, el promedio del 5 por acá, y a no perder los 330 una vez más. Los 340 está el promedio del 21. Si llega a rechazarte los 340, eso nos diría que es el final. Diaria, volatilidad contrayendo, aunque está intentando expandir de cierta... No, va contrayendo y contrayendo más. Ahora, ¿vieron que subió y contrajo? Eso quiere decir que esto es un rebote. con una probabilidad máxima de venir a los 362 y de ahí darse la vuelta, no llevarse el alto de esta vela en los 364, si es que no rechaza ya aquí, tal cual donde estás. Pues fácil, fácil. Como les digo, quiere cerrar esta vela por encima de los 343. De no poder cerrar varias velas encima de los 343 y no superar los 355, que es donde está el promedio del 9, de no poder hacer eso, no vas a venir a los 380. Lo que tiene más cara es que se va a dar la vuelta y va a ir a venir a buscar un nuevo bajo. Ya te apoyaste en el promedio del 100 1000 veces. Lo veniste y lo tocaste una vez y rebotó como si fuera la primera vez. Yo pondría atención a qué te rechaza, si es el promedio del 9 o si es el 100 en verdad. Si puedes romper el promedio del 9 a la alza en los 353, 354, eso te va a llevar a 380, arriba de 380 máximos históricos. Pero por debajo de 343, tu siguiente objetivo a no llevarte van a ser los 318, te llevas 318, vas a 300 y abajo de 300 puedes tranquilamente venir a darle un beso a este S&P 200 en los 278. Así que Coinbase se ve más bajista que alcista, atentos por acá en los rechazos diarios del promedio del 9, etcétera. Alrighty, what's next, Mr. Farhano?
Oracle. Mr. Ellison.
Yes, I get involved in movies and I'm very, very rich. I'm 80 years old and look like 20, but
Is he 80?
not because I eat babies. Not related at all.
He's 80?
Yeah, dude, that fucking dude looks incredible.
I would have guessed like 50 max.
Nope. Larry Ellison,
I bet
80
I
something.
bet he drinks the blood of the young.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Larry Ellison.
He looks way better than that one dude who's like health maxing. That guy looks like he's on the verge of death.
Oh,
I don't remember his name.
Brian Johnson, but he's just doing it for attention. This dude's 81 years old. Larry Ellison's 81 years
Good
old.
Lord.
I don't know what's going on.
He's like
with
the
this
same.
guy, but he's not sharing.
He's like the same age as Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. Oh, and look at Bernie Sanders. That's a great example. Do you mind resharing your chart? For some reason, it's not sharing. There it is.
It started just as I clicked stop sharing.
Yeah, of course. I know. And now it's gone again. There it is. We did it.
All right. Let's hope it holds this time.
Let's go.
All right, so right now we are getting a rejection of the 78.6%, which is all-time high is around like $340. If you notice, last time we had our last major high before we had a little bit of a pullback, it was exactly at that 78.6%. This one right here at the 78.6%. We are getting momentum making a higher high, so there's no possibility of bearish divergence with volatility still in the expansion state. And if you were to look at the jewel, we are freshly getting a pink above yellow cross with a neutral signal in the background and God mode signal as well. If you were to notice, the last time we had the pink above yellow and we tapped the bullish critical zone with the God mode signal, where did we top out at? Oh, wonderful. Right at that 78.6%, exactly where we are right now. Telling you as long as you are trading below about $345.72, you're more likely to get a little bit of a pullback from here. And targets for that pullback would be anywhere between this top 38.2% whenever we get there and the bottom 38.2%, because this level is going to change. Right now, that put you at a range between, if we were to do it within this candle closure, about $210 to $140. And I think it's highly unlikely we're going to do it within this candle closure. Likely we're going to consolidate around here while these HPDR ranges step up, just like we did over here. The HPDR ranges stepped up. We tested the bottom of the 38.2%, which moved up from, at this point it was somewhere around $90, and when we did test it, it was around like 116. So it moved up by like $26. We want to see this continue to move up and then test that bottom 38.2% and then continue the new all-time highs from there. But since we are tapping the 78.6%, we're getting a little the jewel signal playing out, and the oscillator is on a neutral. More likely that you're going to consolidate and pull back from here. And if you were to do it within this candle closure to get an aggressive pullback, you're very likely to get a bounce somewhere around this 5 EMA at around $230. But this bounce is likely going to fail, and eventually you're going to come down to the 9. And the 9 is where we bounced at last time around. We ended up maintaining closures above this 9 EMA and sending it to new all-time highs from there. 9 right now is at just below $200 at like $198. This is a pretty significant pullback from all-time highs. Even to the 5 is around a 33% pullback. To the 9, it's like 42%. Quite massive. Let's see how much we did on these previous pullbacks. Oh, about 40%. Wonderful. Exactly with that 42% number. This one was, let's take it from this one and be a little more fair. This one was about 20% down. Traditional market's definition of a bear market, 20%. And this one, 42% exactly. The last major rejection of the 78.6% gave us a 42% pullback. 42% exactly is the number that takes us to $197 at that 9 EMA. I like how that works out. Go to the monthly. Monthly is getting very high on momentum to the extremes, getting higher than we got in any one of these previous all-time highs, getting at like 91%, telling you very likely you are going to get a pullback from here. You're getting a rejection of the 95%, giving you a target at least somewhere around $230, but more likely somewhere around to this 21, which is going to rise with every single close. Right now, it's at just below 190 at like 180s. I'd like to see this somewhere in the 190 range as these ranges step up and these EMAs move up. 2 week is currently starting to flip to the downside with volatility contracting, and the jewel is now giving you a sell signal. But you do have the pink over the yellow in the background, so this is a more bullish signal. More likely you are going to get this oscillator dropping down somewhere around this cross, maybe to the edge of the bullish control zone, and end up flipping up back there. And that would give you time for the HPDR ranges to step up, the EMAs to step up, and from there to retest 38.2% and send it to new all-time highs from there. Weekly is starting to, it's getting close to flipping down, but it's still technically above that moving average. And volatility is very close to going into a contraction phase. And now the jewel's giving you a fresh sell signal. Tried to curve back around to a neutral, but it got rejected and is flipping back into a sell. And you're very close to getting that pink crossing below the yellow within the bullish control zone. We're giving you targets somewhere around 230 at a minimum, but more likely closer to the 55 at around $200 flat, closer to 190. 5 day also very close to flipping to the downside. Same exact look as the weekly, basically. 2 days now freshly getting below the moving average on momentum, flipping to the downside. Volatility is going into a contraction phase, and you do have. No, you don't, because you didn't make a higher high on this one, so you don't have any bearish divergence. And the jewel is now starting to lose the curvature on the neutral signal. Very likely this is going to flip back into a sell signal. Confirmation will be a loss of this bottom 38.2% at $275. Gives you a nice dump ski down to somewhere around that $240-ish to $230 area. And you have a nice gap right here at 240 as well. So you're probably going to get a little bit of a bounce because you are lining up with the bottom 97.5%. Somewhere around this 240 area, very high probability of a bounce. Bounce takes you possible all the way up to this 55 EMA, which is at like $270. But as long as you are closing, as long as you're below that 55 EMA at that point, it's more likely that bounce is going to fail. Right now, you are still above that 55 EMA. So there's some hopium, it's just not the strongest. And momentum is sharply to the downside. No bearish divergence, however. 4 hours getting to that 100 EMA, 95%. Somewhere between 270 to about 240, you are very high probability to get a bounce. Even if you get you are likely to get a little bit of a bounce from here, just not that going to be as strong of the bounce as to that 245 or 240 gap fill zone. This bounce from this 100 EMA maybe takes you up to this 55 at like 280, 290. High probability you will reject that area and get a continue to close below this 55. And also what lines up with a little bit of a bounce from this zone is momentum is getting very extreme to the downside. And volatility is very extreme as well. Let's go into the RSI. There we go, quarterly. Quarterly is now putting in a local bottom and validating the bearish divergence, but off of that move, you already have tapped the critical zone, so you won't be able to get any targets off of that. More likely, this move has played out, especially since there's no bullish divergence on the other end. Monthly still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $223 on a monthly closing basis. And your next target off of that is going to be the critical zone, which right now sits at $377. And your support to the downside will be that simple moving average at about $263. Next level is the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about 225. Lines up with the 230 area. 2 week invalidated the bearish divergence, although you already hit the critical zone off of that. Weekly now has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $322.54. You've already hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. Next level is the neutral zone. Sits at about 245. I love that. 5-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence, although this is very arguably played out, considering you've already you've hit the bullish control zone, and now you're rejecting, and you've dropped below the bullish control zone, and this will be invalidated with any close below $271, very close to the area. And this invalidation will give us a target of the neutral zone, which right now sits at 230. Beautiful. 3-day is now putting in a third drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 291.98, and that will give you an easy target of the neutral zone. And then the next target from there is the bearish control zone. Neutral zone currently sits at nice 233. Bearish control zone unlikely to get hit on this closure, which is going to update 1 day in 3 hours. Your bearish control zone is at 146. Likely will update towards somewhere around 180, but before we hit it. I mean 190s to 180s. 2 days also putting it in a fresh drive bearish divergence. This will confirm with a close below 298.92. You've already hit the bearish control zone, so the next level is the critical zone, which will update. Right now it's sitting at $86. Very unlikely we go to $86. Very, very unlikely. I think Mr. Ellison will make sure of that. He'll sacrifice some young. Both.
Yeah.
Come on. 2 hour also has fresh bearish divergence. You've already made it into the bearish control zone, and you're getting a silver cross to the downside now, or very close to it at least. Yeah, very close to it. One more close, very likely that will confirm. And your next target is the critical zone, which right now sits at 223. Going to momentum.
I know you guys will be bummed out if Bitcoin rolls over right here, but I'll be very happy, okay? I just want you to at least have
I'm
that
not bummed
satisfaction.
out.
Por favor, no.
On the Discord, I said we were gonna roll over soon. It just seemed pretty heavy to me. Now let's see if we get follow through on that before the daily close.
Yeah, if this shit goes down as is, the weakness.
And if we don't even go to 112,
yeah, it would be crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And if we don't even go to 112 today, yeah, that would be pretty bad. That would be bad. Not a good sign.
So on the quarterly, we are freshly flipping to the downside, confirming bearish divergence because we did make a lower high on momentum. On the opposite hand, there is some bullish hopium because we are forming somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders right here, and they are more effective on your momentum oscillators than they are on price action. It's like a 60% hit rate on price action, closer to a 75% hit rate on the momentum oscillators. And we are going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $335. And your target off of that divergence would be your 9 EMA, which right now sits at about $200. Monthly is giving you a double extreme with momentum still pointed to the upside, and will remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 238. I like to see that pivot in that area. 2-week is freshly pointed down. Let me zoom in if there's any. Yep, there's also bearish divergence on the 2-week, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $324.69. Very nice number, and that'll give you a target of your 21, which is currently at about $230. Weekly is also flipped to the downside. Volatility is now going into contraction, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $310.62. 5-day also flipped to the downside. Volatility, I believe it's in contraction phase. Yeah, freshly going into a contraction phase, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $315.50. 2-day is also freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $304.50. Daily is freshly flipping down with a derp of death and volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $308.63. And the 4 hours flipped to the downside with a derp of death and volatility expansion, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $312. Let's say $313. And even the 2 hours flip to the downside, and it will with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $287. ROE is also flipped to the downside. Everything is flipped to the downside, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 279.41. Looks like we're going to approach that area of 245 before we get any type of real bounce, which would be that gap fill. So on the higher time frames, it is starting to shift more into more of a bearish posturing. Not exactly bearish, but more of a cautionary, like look for entries for the next long. And I don't think this is going to shift over at all on the high time frames into a downtrend or to actually be bearish. It's just more so looking for a higher low at this point because of how extreme areas you are tapping on the HPDR. Momentum and volatility are getting to such extreme areas. Quarterly has now confirmed bearish divergence, although it's not really the worst drive of bearish divergence because you're still holding the bullish control zone. And now you're forming an inverse head and shoulders on the momentum. And as long as you don't lose the bullish control zone on a closing basis, this will be a valid inverse head and shoulders. But on the lower time frames, you are starting to get momentum flipping to the downside. Along with the quarterly, and you are getting volatility expansion with that momentum to the downside. You're getting bearish divergences appearing now, making it very likely you're going to test somewhere around a minimum that gap fill area at $240, $245. Although I don't think that bounce is going to be the one you're looking for. I think you're going to be you should be looking for the next RSI targets on the bearish divergence, which is around $230 to $200 flat, maybe slightly below that $200 area for around like 190s. But from there, I do think there's a high probability you will get a buyback and continue on to new all-time highs from there. And the invalidation will be, let's see, either a tick below about, I'll use this one right here, about $154, or a weekly close below $218. Either one of those two things, then I think it's very likely you're going to come back down at a minimum to retest somewhere around $140 to $150, which is your next RSI bearish divergence target. I don't think that's going to happen. I think right now you get a little bit of a move down to somewhere around 240, 245, a little bit of a bounce, and then from there see somewhere between 230 and 190. And I do think somewhere in that zone is where you're going to find your next higher low. Maybe consolidate a little bit there while the HPDR ranges can step up, and then continue on to new all-time highs from there.
Nice. Alex, you want to do Celsius so you guys can finish and then go have fun, and then I'll do the both.
All right, perfect. Celsius is very easy, honestly. We're just approaching the top side of resistance. This is a big zone. It's a very bullish chart, surprisingly. You know, we always say how shitty the drink is. I'm just shocked always about its chart. There must be something behind it. I don't know. They do work with a lot of influencers. So, I mean, in Hollywood, you can maybe gauge what I'm trying to put on there. I don't know. But for me, it's all about $69, surprisingly. Dirty, honestly. $69 is the spot. You get back above $69, you will see an all-time high potential, or at very minimum going and testing around the $90 region. I don't know who's at my door. 1 second, boys.
Hola, ¿le limpio el cuarto? Hola. Hola, house cleaning. Housekeeping. Oh, I see you naked. Do you want me to come back later? Or do you want me
Mr. Superman, no is here.
No, Mr. Superman is not here. No.
I don't even watch Family Guy, but I love that scene.
Oh, he's one of the best. Consuelo is one of the greatest characters of all time. She's quite the stereotype, if you will.
Man, that's hilarious. Just hearing you do that while I'm talking. It sounded like I had a Mexican lady in my house. I'm just chuckling.
Great.
No, maintenance people, I guess. Yeah. But anyways, $69 is the spot. That's the big spot here. You have a 10-day closure and a higher high. So if you into next week or into this next 10-day candle get a pullback, it can, it's allowed here. Higher high equals higher low. And honestly, you've been riding pretty nicely this EMA 5. That's why I put it on. Makes sense. It's a very strong chart. Here we have an easy gauge, though, honestly. You can see last higher low, higher high. So anywhere around here should get bought up, preferably the 10-day EMA 9. That's what I'm going to be using. And if you today see $69 reclaimed, then you can easily start looking at 85 to potentially the $95 region. Big zone there. And at that point, right, going to like the monthly, Monthlies above $69 have just led to busting action moves. You can just see busting action, came down, even held it, and then, you know, went all the way up again. So that's why this spot is major for Celsius and for bulls. Very impressive, honestly, monthly chart. But again, I just wouldn't be having FOMO with longs here, honestly. Have you been watching this entire stream? It just seems like everything is up against resistance currently. Nvidia, Coinbase, Bitcoin, and even something as strong as a Celsius. Right, this has just been a very strong chart, but it is still now up against resistance. So something to really be mindful of. I'll go back to the 10-day and we'll actually throw the HPDR on. No, it was, what was, maybe it was 15. I had this already played out in my head. It was the 5. No. Monthly? This will be my last guess. No, okay. But the monthly is important because, again, you can just see you're right at the 61.8%. In breakout, yes, but, you know, in 11 days, these can shift, giving you potentially that higher low potential that we talked about in the lower time frames, and honestly can afford it. So for me right now, this is in a no trade zone. If you were able to catch, you know, the longs off this EMA 5, GG is good money. I mean, this is a 13% monthly candle, but now you are at resistance, right? We formed it on this wick high rejection that did take you down to that $49 region, which can just tell you that, yeah, this chart can afford a pullback at this point. Really no reason to have FOMO, and really honestly, you should be, oh, it was the weekly, finally found it. The weekly is a nice perspective because it just shows that, yeah, probably no FOMO here. We are bullish, but it can afford a higher low, shown here on the median, flipping down, testing the weekly 9. But then here, if you get any kind of weekly closure above $69, you know this is just some breakout. This has just been, you know, expanding on BBWP, contracting, and then breaking out again. Very bullish because, well, that's just what occurs when bulls are in control. You'll get the contraction of volatility in the midst of still moving up or even just consolidating. So what I was trying to bring home when I was looking, you know, in all those time frames was this. I like this perspective because it really just shows, yes, you're at resistance. You could break out from here, but even if you broke out, you would just be looking for a throwback to then position and maybe target around the $90 to $85. So this is the spot, though, that bears will try to pick up. And at very minimum, get a rollover. What's been happening is you'll get a little pullback. Bears get super horny. That pullback just continues to hold the key levels, giving bulls the next leg up. Anything else here? It's crazy. It's like this chart so sold down to just a nice recovery, nice V recovery. But again, you know, you're now at the spot that will really determine a new all-time high potential or testing near it. So you do have to just expect bears to pick up here, or at very minimum, like a daily pullback to the 9. So just be mindful of that. That's all I have on Celsius, though. Really pretty good chart overall. Macro looks nice. I don't see an argument when the monthly is closing very soon to get too bullish at $68, $69. Watch instead for a short there, you know, play the trend. You just had a higher high. This chart, even in the midst of being super bullish, will get a higher high break, then a pullback, higher low here, and then another breakout higher high, and then a pullback. So that's kind of what you can just keep playing. Maybe into November, you'll get something, unless you reach $69. So
This thing has to be a money laundering operation.
I like something, or if they just have a bunch of pedophiles. I don't know.
Who the fuck is buying this? Who's buying this drink?
I actually, like, no matter if they're buying it or not, I don't understand why you would be on a bull run. Does that make sense? I feel like you might get the pop that you're getting right now. That would be normal. The chart looks really bullish, but I'd say if I'm thinking about it like Tesla, right? The chart looks super bullish and it's up there. But right now, last good earnings report by Tesla, and then here comes the worst one ever. Why is Celsius, like, where is Celsius on this? I don't understand. That's where I'm at.
It's money laundering. The cartel is washing their money through Celsius.
If the cartel needed to, if they only needed to, the US government does all that for them. Brand new, delicious, clean money directly deposited into a US account and wireable anywhere in the world. So the cartel doesn't need to invest in Celsius, which leads to the question, what's going on with Celsius? Why is it doing this? Either way, boys, you guys are done. Go out there and enjoy your Monday, whether you're in Chinatown or somewhere else in Mexico. Go have fun. And anything else you'd like to say before you go? Bitcoin, $10,400.
Hopefully, we
Looking
will
kinda
get a
heavy.
nice
Watch the
bounce
daily.
off that 2-hour silver cross, lose the 2-hour silver cross, and probably gonna just roll over here.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, you would be gauging bears to really pick up here. So watch the daily very carefully. That close is going to be important. In my opinion, it's going to really be important for Tether dominance and Bitcoin and even Nvidia too. So
Yeah.
good stream, boys.
All right. Great stream. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one. Enjoy.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego / buenas noches for me from El
Buenas noches,
Cochiloco in
Cochiloco.
Chinatown.
Hasta mañana. Ok, vamos a empezar con Oracle. ¿Qué les parece? Voy a cambiar esta chingadera, que fue las dos últimas que hicieron para que tuvieran tiempo de irse. Oracle, después, ¿se acuerdan de Oracle? Déjenme quito esta belleza para que lo puedan ver bien. Esto fue literalmente el pompazo cuando dieron earnings, ¿no? Esto fue lo que le vendieron a todo el mundo. Les dijeron, güey, Oracle hizo esto porque no tuvo mejores resultados de lo esperado, pero dijeron algo muy bullish en su madre esta. Luego todo el mundo compró este tope y en el tope anunciaron, güey, ¿saben qué? Aquí. Adivinen qué. También compramos TikTok. El presidente Trump nos lo vendió. Qué chingón, ¿no? Vientos. Y desde que hicieron eso, ha estado bajando. ¿Ok? Para mí no es el fin del mundo, pero también esto no se ve bien. No pinta bien. Creo que le vieron la cara de pendejo a todo el mundo con esto de los earnings y luego con lo de TikTok para atraparlos a todos aquí arriba. Un poco, en mi vista, lo que están haciendo con Tesla aquí arriba. Porque si mantienes el precio aquí arriba, la mayor cantidad de gente va a creer que estás consolidando alcistamente. Y esto podría estar simplemente atrapando a toda esta gente, ¿no? Un poco de lo mismo. Vámonos a Oracle. Y simplemente, ¿por qué lo digo? Porque Tesla también abrió aquí y cerró acá, ¿no? De arriba para abajo. Entonces, es lo que estamos viendo desde que eso ocurrió y permítanme darme el atrevimiento de hacer esto. ¿Lo haré así o lo haré así o así? Vamos a ver cómo se ve así. Esto tiene sentido en realidad. Ok, Oracle está entrando en una tendencia bajista diaria. Lo que ahorita nosotros pensamos es, después de hacer este máximo, mínimo más alto, un mínimo más alto, luego creaste este alto, un bajo más alto, luego hiciste este alto, un bajo más bajo, luego hiciste este alto mucho más bajo, un bajo mucho más bajo, y de acá fuiste a hacer este alto, un bajo más alto, te agarraste literalmente esta línea meme por acá, ¿no? La pueden ver, voy a ponerla por acá. Justamente te aguantó esta línea meme, me voy a acercar para que lo puedan ver porque creo que estoy a 30,000 kilómetros de esto. Ok, viene de acá, rompes esto, te trepas, chido, alto, y ahora vienes cayendo. Siguiente parada debería de ser algo por acá, en los 263 hasta los 256, donde está la línea meme, antes de dar un rebote y probablemente venir a la media en algún punto y de ahí dar continuación. Es lo que tiene cara Oracle D, que va a hacer en estos momentos. Estamos y hemos estado desde esta vela por debajo del promedio del 9. Esta sería la segunda diaria en la que estemos por debajo del promedio del 9. Y cuando Oracle está bajo el promedio del 9, tiene unos dumpskis buenos. Además, tienes esta expansión de volatilidad ante este movimiento a la baja en la diaria. No el primer movimiento, tuviste esto, contracción y expansión. Esta expansión es la que está dándose a la baja, la de aquí abajo, ¿ok? Eso es lo que tienes que poner atención a. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral también para no perdernos en la salsa. Oracle muy alcista, por supuesto, como siempre, pero sí nos está pintando una vela súper, súper, súper topera, pero todavía faltan 2 meses y 12 días. Oracle podría comprar y pueden ver que las velas toperas en la trimestral a Oracle le encantan para marcar topes y después caídas. Este fue el 2021 con su respectiva caída. Este fue el 2024 con su respectiva caída de los aranceles. Y esto es ahora. Y si esta es una vela bajista, la de aquí arriba, ¿eso que nos dice? Que vamos a tener muy probablemente una alta probabilidad de ver el tope por ahí donde estamos. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que hemos estado viendo todo este tiempo? Expansión de volatilidad a la alza. Lo único es, empieza la volatilidad a apuntar a la derecha, pero parece que siempre lo aguanta. Vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá en esta tabla de Oracle. Vamos también a poner el HPDR en putiza para que lo puedan ver. Ven que estamos en la parte del 61.8%. Esta vela nos rechazó el 78.6% y ahora estamos cayendo. Y lo que tiene cara de es que vamos a visitar esta zona del 61.8% en los 259, 256 dólares para hacer alto, bajo y de ahí hacer otro alto sería ideal, ¿no? Para todos los alcistas. Mensual pueden ver exactamente el por qué decimos que este podría ser el tope. En la mensual nos está rechazando el 95%. Eso quiere decir que quedan menos de 5% de probabilidades de dar continuación. Estás en tu segundo extremo. Ya tuviste tu primer extremo acá que empezó en noviembre del 2024 con contracción y después otro. Eso es en volatilidad, por supuesto. Y esto nos dice que si perdemos los 266, deberíamos de venir tranquilos a los 256, que es donde está el promedio del 5. De que no aguante el promedio del 5 acá con esta línea meme, deberíamos de caer al siguiente nivel, el 78.6% que está en los 220, hasta el promedio del 9 en los 208. De no aguantar esto, 191 hasta los 174 podrían ser una probabilidad. Esto lo decimos en lo que estamos viendo, volatilidad en extremos, así que atentos con esto. Todavía faltan 11 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta vela. 2 semanas empezamos a ver que estamos cayendo a la parte de la zona azul después de haber sido rechazados por el 97.5%. Aquí solamente teníamos 2.5% de probabilidades de continuación. Y adivinen qué pasó. No continuamos. Caímos hasta acá y ahora estamos cayendo a la zona azul. Si no nos aguanta nuestro promedio del 5 acá en los 274, nuestra siguiente parada va a ser la media, que literalmente nos aguantaría por acá en los 259, 260, que es también el promedio del 5, y esta línea meme, que es la zona de breakout, también nos estaría esperando muy contenta en 256. Ante esto tenemos volatilidad completamente en extremos, no tenemos nada y volatilidad no está ni siquiera contrayendo, sigue ahí pegada a la cabrona. Semanal, lo mismo, volatilidad contrayendo, como sea. Estamos ante el promedio del 9 semanal. Y esto es bastante interesante porque tienes el promedio del 9 justamente donde estamos por encima de por $1. Si pierdes este promedio del 9 después del rechazo del 95% y ahora vienes del 78.6%, vas a la parte alta de la zona azul y esto está en 253. También está el promedio del 21 ahí. Por debajo de eso, 240 y hasta los 228 sería lo que sigue. 2 días tienes puta madre. Qué velón tan feo. Tienes una vela que está reaccionando a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 275, pero tiene cara de que el promedio del 21 no lo va a aguantar, está en los 281. Para más corta temporalidad, te gustaría ver el precio por encima de los 281, 284, para mínimo poder venir a visitar los 290. Si no, vas a tener continuación al promedio del 34, que está en los 267, hasta el 78.6% en los 257, una vez más. Diaria. Ahora en la diaria estás del otro lado. Y la diaria, si le gusta tal cual irse extremos de uno, le gusta ir extremos de otro. Y esto nos repite que los 256 mínimos los vemos. Tenemos el promedio de los 200 acá abajo. Bien. Les voy a poner Oracle un poco más sencillo, más suave para todos ustedes, tíos. Desde que recuperamos literalmente en mayo el promedio del 100, no lo hemos venido a volver a retestear. esto es bueno para toda la gente que sea alcista. Pueden ver que el 100 diario viene por acá. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Que muy probablemente Oracle vaya a encontrar un suelo por acá antes de tener un rebote. Ese suelo sería 256, donde tengas la oportunidad de irte en long. Y atentos, ven esta línea meme que está acá. Yo pondría atención ahí a los 291, que podría ser el equivalente de cómo les cuento en el gráfico de Bitcoin, que nos podría hacer este tipo de rechazo. Ahora, el precio de Bitcoin ya está por debajo de esto. O sea, ahorita en esta tabla es un rechazo. Si los pongo así, pondría una línea meme por acá. Y pueden ver que ya está oficialmente, bueno, no oficialmente, tienes que cerrar la vela, pero ya lo está rechazando. Y es un poco lo que estoy viendo con Oracle, ¿ok? ORCL, Oracle. Entonces, por ahora Oracle tiene más cara que va a ajustar bajistamente porque estás en la tendencia diaria definitivamente haciendo bajos más bajos. En la semanal también tienes bajos más bajos. Ya la de 2 semanas todavía no llegamos a alto, un bajo más bajo. Para que la 2 semanas se vuelva bajista, tienes que llevarte los 271 a la baja. Te llevas los 271, todavía no te los llevas. Te llevas los 271, deberías de caer acá a los 256. Y ahí es donde esperarías que encontraras algo alto, un bajo más alto, un alto más bajo, y si esto llega a ser perder en la semanal el 9, sabes que va para abajo. Esto puede ser invalidado simplemente llevándote a la alza los 322, pero no estás bastante lejos, pero estás lejos de ello. La primera zona de fricción va a estar acá en los 314, atentos. Y eso ya está por encima de este rango que viene para abajo, aunque esta podría ser una consolidación alcista, pero no sé si Oracle consolida como Bitcoin. No, Oracle sí, 2-3. Consolidación alcista, corrección. Alcista, corrección. No tanto, honestamente, no lo voy a buscar como a Bitcoin. Vamos a ver Celsius para acabar esto. CELEH. Celsius es el gráfico más fácil de todos. Pueden ver por qué. Ya rompimos lo que estábamos diciendo que queríamos romper, tal cual en esta y en esta. Y el siguiente objetivo debería de ser $83.29. Aunque vas a encontrarte con resistencia aquí. Justamente en la zona de los 67.29. Pueden ver por qué, ¿no? Resistencia, una vez que lo rompiste, breakout, lo agarraste de soporte, alto histórico, y luego una vez que caíste, a fondo. Este va a ser un punto muy, muy importante en tu tabla de Celsius, los 67.29. De poder romper esto a la alza, ya chingaste para arriba. De perder, básicamente, para ser bajista tienes que primero perder el promedio del 9, que está en los 57, 59, perdón. Y esto tranquilamente podría ser, ¿qué? Un retesteo alcista antes de continuar, porque esta es la zona donde está rompiendo. ¿Tiene sentido? Entonces, para Celsius es muy fácil. Rompes por encima de 69 y empieza de 67.29 y empieza a consolidar alcista y vas a 83. Ya de ahí, máximos históricos y rompes los 83. Pero si llegas a rechazar acá, aunque una vez más, esto se ve muy alcista todavía, llegas a rechazar esto y luego te llevas este mínimo en los 50, los $50 es lo que te diría que esto fue el tope local de este movimiento. Así que siempre y cuando estés, yo digo que si vas a jugar esto, simplemente juégalo con esto, el promedio del 9 o esta línea meme, pero yo pondría el promedio del 9 solamente para hacerlo fácil en la semanal, porque aparte esa es una zona de interés gigantesca. En la diaria sería donde está tu promedio del 34. El 34 tendría que aguantar el retorno por acá y para arriba. ¿Ok? Si te lo llevas, después te llevas los 50, sabes que vas a ir para abajo. Siempre y cuando estés por encima de tu promedio del 9 semanal, que está en los 60, ¿no? 59.76, es más alcista que bajista para que estemos todos en la misma página, brother. Todos estemos en la misma página. En un segundito veo y me aseguro que todos por acá estén. Vamos a ver. ¡Ay! Apagué mi cámara. Es que, güey, quiero ahorrar en electricidad, brother. Bitcoin a 109,900. Nada mal. Págale al tío Salo, hijo de puta. Güey, qué débil sería, de verdad, qué debilidad de Bitcoin si esto es donde se da la vuelta. Me cuesta trabajo pensar que debería de ser tan fácil, pero si es lo que es, puta madre. Esto va más rápido para abajo de lo que pensábamos. Con eso dicho, ya vieron cómo se ve Oracle, ya vieron cómo se ve Celsius. Quiero ver rapidísimo si tienen preguntas por acá en el chat. Wow. A ver qué dice Ricardo por acá. Tío, ya logré notar lo que tanto nos repites. El fin de semana me descontrolé y fui a atascarme de Buffalo Wild Wings, bien por ti. Y me fui a, güey, eso me da una diarrea importante. Y fue a atascar de Buffalo Wild Wings y me ofrecieron la promoción más pendeja que he conocido. Por comprar una pulsera pedorra de $10, tendría 10% de descuento el resto del año. Ahí está, para que veas las ofertitas. Ahí están. Y sigo esperando el calzón usado. No sé qué quiere decir eso, pero bueno. Para poder hacer preguntas en vivo, ¿cuándo son los en vivos de Nadie Me Preguntó? ¿Debemos estar suscritos a Salovisa o pagar la membresía mensual? Tienes que pagar la membresía mensual en Salovisa para poder usar esa plataforma. Salo, algún NTF, me imagino que es ETF, como para poder comprar spot de oro en México, que sepas. Según yo, lo único que tienes que comprar es el contrato de futuros que se llama GC1, que es el contrato de COMEX. G de gato, C de caca, 1, exclamación, GC1, mi queridísimo Ramón. Salo, Peter Underwood es parte del equipo de ETA. Pregunto porque el en vivo invitó a hacer un copy trading, pero veo que puso los de How to en el canal. Yo, no. No vayan a hacer nada que un mod esté diciéndoles. Sí tenemos a ese güey trabajando con nosotros, ayudándonos con el Discord, pero no hacemos nada de copy trading. Por favor, ténganlo bastante pendientes. Salo, ojo, como dijo, las estafas en Discord están poniéndose en altos históricos. Está cabrón. En Discord me han enviado solicitud de 3 amistades, 3 diferentes Alex. Pues ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen, muy interesante y sobre todo también muy interesante las narrativas que se están jugando en este momento, llegando al punto final de los buenos resultados antes de entrar en el colapso total de los márgenes. Y vamos a ver si juega la teoría del tío Salo. Estamos ya en los tiempos donde dijimos, así que si esto se voltea tal cual, divertido. Estamos viendo el bono del 10 años, el retorno del bono de 10 años bajando. Empezamos a ver esto poco a poco. El dólar aguantando súper bien, por arriba de su promedio del 9 en la semanal. Algo interesante, les digo algo interesante está pasando porque el yen japonés nos dice que si continúa para abajo y rechazando donde está, efectivamente vamos a un bajón de mercado, sea el bueno o no, pero por ahora nos lo pone. En lo que estamos todos alcistas viendo que todo el mercado está en verde, Rivian arriba, Tesla arriba. Una vez más, estamos en la fase final del blow up top, ¿no? O en la fase final de lo alcista, en mi opinión, en este momento, simplemente porque tienen a todo el mundo, güey, ven los resultados tan buenos. Y es donde ya no va a haber más para adelante. Ahora vamos a ver si juega todo esto. Se va a poner interesante la cosa y pues por ahora los Bitcoin moviéndose a donde esperamos. Por ahora, básicamente todo está en una zona interesante. Vamos a ver cómo se da, vamos a ver qué juega. Les deseo que todos ustedes hagan muchísimo dinero, bolas de cabrones, con la menor cantidad de esfuerzo posible. Pórtense bien, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy acá en Elite Trading Academy con este casino, esta edición del casino del tío Salo. Y pues recuerden sus niveles en Bitcoin, ya lo saben, que arriba de 110, ¿qué era? Se los puse en la Discord, ahí los tienen, son todavía los mismos, ¿ok? Para que no se me vayan a perder. Déjenme elimino esto en chinga, diaria, bla, 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 de vuelta, aquí está. Si no podemos romper estos 110, 700 y simplemente nos doblamos para abajo, vamos mínimo a 107. Mínimo. Y de ahí podemos ir tranquilamente a los 103 de vuelta. Si podemos romper esta zona de los 110 antes de cerrar 700, 112, 100 sería para arriba donde puedas hacer un corto. Siguiente zona sería 113, 113, 500, hasta el 114 máximo. y obviamente no te promete nada. Ahora, esto puede darse la vuelta y caer y no darte esas entradas, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que yo estaría esperando en este momento? Sería lo mejor. Ah, no, ya está en 110, entonces estoy arriba de, porque esta es la zona donde entré. Pero si llega a continuar a la alza y ¿saben dónde es la invalidación? La invalidación es arriba de 115. Un cierre arriba de 115 nos pondría en completamente otra estructura y diríamos, ok, este fue el fondillo, vámonos para arriba. Pero por ahora, si esto es simplemente un rebote que vimos de los 103 hasta aquí a los 111, estaríamos diciendo que la debilidad de cripto y Bitcoin sobre todo estaría cabrona y vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por ahí. Por ahora las acciones, una vez más, les repito, para los que llegaron tarde, están a punto de reportar todos. Empezamos con los bancos, luego empresas meme. La próxima semana van a ser empresas trillonarias, que va a ser lo bueno. Y todo esto es para tener a todo el mundo calientito, calientito, calientito. Vean qué buenos resultados. La economía está más fuerte que nunca. El PIB probablemente va a crecer 30,000 millones de dólares. Pero no me alcanza para nada. Shh, eso no es economía. Economía son los datos que te damos nosotros, la gente del gobierno. No como todos ustedes no tienen dinero y están jodidos en préstamos que no pueden pagar, ¿ok? Entonces, cuando te decimos, ve los datos y ve lo positivos que son, eso es lo único que cuenta. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Cuídense mucho y nos vemos pronto. Es básicamente eso, ¿no? Nos dejamos de hacer pendejos. Así es como se la venden a todo el mundo.